Welcome to the council meeting of August 24th, 2020. At this time, we will take a moment and self-reflect on what it means to each of us to be participating in the meeting this evening. As part of the open process in which we run our meetings, we encourage engaging and enlightening discussion that move us in a forward momentum, complete with corroboration and pride. Councillor Fisher, you're prepared to read the land acknowledgement?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. We have gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between Indigenous nations before the Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth. We should take only what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Métis, and Inuits people, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, and work together as a community.
Thank you. Are there any additions to the agenda? Seeing none, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, so first item is the minutes of previous meetings and the recommendation that the minutes of the following meetings be adopted as presented. Council meeting July 13th, 2020, and special council meeting July 27th, 2020. Are there any comments, questions, omissions, corrections? Seeing none, I need that would be moved by Councillor Hallman. You have a question, a comment? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor. Page 116. I would like the wording to more accurately reflect the situation that happened during that motion that I was reading, as I was having internet issues here at the office and my computer crashed, so I had to find the paper copy to read it. So I just feel like that would, I'd appreciate that. And page 125, it just, I'd like a correction made that I made that request and it was not just to one board of trade, but to the Wilmot boards of trade. Thank you.
Okay, so noted. Anyone else? None? Okay. So Councillor Hallman, you are moving that? And who is seconding it? Councillor Gerbert? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So this evening we have a public meeting. This is a public meeting in respect of a zone change application 06/20. We will hear all interested people who wish to speak on this matter. If the decision of council is appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal, the tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal if you do not speak at the public meeting or make written submissions before the bylaws pass. I now declare the public meeting open. Persons attending as delegates at this meeting are required to leave their names and addresses, which will become part of the public record. And you are hereby advised that this information may be posted on the township's official website along with your email address if provided. Mr. Martin, you are going to take this.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. This application proposes to remove a current site-specific regulation on the property that limits or extends the minimum lot size to 0.4 hectares. The property is within Zone 2 residential, and the standard zoning requires a minimum lot size of 0.2 hectares. When the lot was created by severance in 2005, a hydrogeological study was completed in support of that application. At that time, suggested the minimum lot size would need to be 1 acre in order for the septic system to function properly without impact on neighboring properties. This property has since changed hands. The current owner retained a consultant to undertake a new hydrogeological study, which incorporated some test wells that weren't done in 2005. The result of that study indicated that there were no impacts on neighboring wells, and as such, the region of Bulow concurred with that application and supports the creation of a lot at 0.2 hectares, which is the standard zone. So this application essentially proposes to revert the zoning to what would have existed at the time when the lot was created, and ultimately allow for the property to be split in half.
Thank you. We have some delegations. So the first being Denise. Welcome.
Oh, everybody can hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Yeah, good evening. Like you said, my name is Dionisi. I actually go by Dio, Dio Ardelian. And together with my wife, Priscilla, our son, Seth, and our 9-month-old daughter, Sella, we made our home here at 2232 Nassinger Road in around early 2018. We would like to present our proposal of removing the site-specific zoning based on the Region of Waterloo recommendation to allow a severance of a half-acre lot off the current 1-acre lot. We believe that the creation of a new lot and later a new home will complement the neighborhood, neighboring properties and Phillipsburg as a whole. If approved, the house will be carefully configured and designed to fit its rural setting and mindful of the neighboring concerns, just as our current home currently does. We believe we've done our homework to satisfy the Region Waterloo requirements and to satisfy any additional concerns neighboring properties might have had. I'd be happy to answer any further questions, any concerns, feel free to ask. Thank you so much for your consideration. Thank you for your time. Your decision can change the life of our young family.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the delegation? Seeing none, next delegate is Dave Reppert.
Excuse me, could the delegation that has called in on the phone identify themselves, please? Yeah. If the delegation that's on the phone could just *6 to unmute yourself and identify who you are, please.
Dave, if you're on the phone, hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Mayor Armstrong, he did let staff know that he may not be joining us, so I'm not sure that that is the delegation. It might be one for a different item on the agenda.
Very good. Then we'll go to the next delegation, which is Linda Brander. Linda, if you would unmute yourself, please. Linda, we see you're with us, but we can't see you or hear you.
Mayor Armstrong, it appears as though she's dropped off. Maybe she's having technical problems.
Okay, well, we could carry on and have, if there's any technical questions of staff from council members, and see if Linda comes back. Council have any questions for staff? Councilor Fisher? You have to unmute yourself, Councilor Fisher.
Right. Sorry about that. What were the comments that Mr. Rippert had regarding the hydrological study?
Through your Mayor Armstrong.
Yes.
We had received comments after this report was written. We will go through those in detail in a subsequent report to council. He had questioned some sections of the hydrogeological study, and we have had that consultant provide responses. So we will summarize that in a subsequent report, which we anticipate coming back to council with on September 14th. But the comments that have been provided can be addressed through that report.
Okay, thank you.
So I see Linda hasn't come back. And maybe she, if she does get back, maybe she can readdress us at the September meeting. So the recommendation is that, first of all, close the meeting. Any further comments or questions? Okay. Seeing none. Recommendation that report DS 2020-020 be received for information, moved by Councillor Goddard, Councillor Fenning. All in favor? That is carried. Next, we have a presentation from Sustainable Waterloo Region. Tova Davidson, you're up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. Will T put my slides up? Tell me if you can see them. I can see all of your lovely faces, but no slides. Perfect. Wonderful. That's not me.
That's not the right one.
Nope, that's the wrong slide presentation.
Stand by, we're fixing that.
No problem. I'm patient.
Atta girl. Have to be patient so you don't become one.
It's just too bad we can't be doing this in person because I always
Yes.
love coming to Wilmot meetings. You guys are always wonderful. The meeting's always great. There we are. Perfect. So thank you again, Mayor, Councillor, Senior Leadership Team of Wilmot. It's my pleasure to be here. My name is Tova Davidson, and I'm the Executive Director at Sustainable Waterloo Region. It is my pleasure and our honor to work with all of you in so many different ways, and I'm just so happy to be here today to just give you an update on what it is we've been working on, what's been happening. Unfortunately, we weren't able to run our evening of recognition this year. And I wanted to start with just a sharing that Wilmot, along with all of the area municipalities, actually received an award this year as a partnership award for the incredible work that the municipal sector in Waterloo Region has done to come together. In this year, in 2019, not only did every municipality become a member of our regional sustainability initiative, every municipality declared a climate crisis or emergency. Every municipality unanimously approved the climate action long-term target of 80% reduced by 2050. And every municipality is now part of Partners for Climate Protection through the Climate Action WR program. And so we are thrilled that the partnership between our organization and your municipality, both council and staff, has flourished, and that so much is happening. So thank you so much for that. And I just wanted to start with that frame before I got going today. Next slide, please. So we have seen that organizations in our region have actually proven that low carbon business is possible and profitable. And we're going to talk about that today. And that we are a support for that growth in those organizations in our community. And that it's important to implement sustainable business practices, both at a municipal level, so for the whole community, and at individual organizations. And it's our honor to be doing that work across Waterloo Region. Next slide, please. We've also seen that there's a lot of steps to be doing this. So we are making steps forward, and that it takes not only physical change, but cultural change. And that's a major part of the work that we've been doing of late. These are global challenges that are affecting all of us around the world, but we need to be taking local action to try to integrate this into our lifestyles, our business choices, the cultures we create in our community, in our businesses, in our families. That is the way forward to how we're going to create that clean, low carbon, prosperous future for everyone. And I get asked often, does the technology exist? Is this even possible? And we know that it's absolutely possible, and all the technology is there now. What we need is to know that the business case is possible and to have the will to make the change that we know that will be better for all of us in the long run. Next slide, please. So I'm happy to share that in the Regional Sustainability Initiative, which is our flagship program, of which Wilmot is a pledging partner, and you're doing very well on that pledge. You actually upped the ante when you set your target by going with an absolute target as opposed to an intensity target. So threw down a little bit to your peers, so good for you. The combined target of all of the members in this program is 65,560 tons of carbon to be reduced. But actually, and the animation's not in this because we provided a PDF, the reduced number is actually 69,471. So for the second year in a row, the organizations that have set targets collectively have exceeded those targets. that's showing that not only is it possible, but it's possible to go further than we even think we can. So this is an incredibly good news story, and we're so proud of all those organizations and the work that they're doing to reach these. Next target, please. Next slide, sorry. Unfortunately, again, I don't have this number here to show you, but we're talking about the number of transit passes in the TravelWise program. TravelWise is a partnership with the region of Waterloo. And what we see is that transit pass purchasing is going up and up and up. So you can see here, this is by the pass sales. And we are actually well over 7. So the number is way over. We had a huge growth in this program. And what we're seeing is that it's due in part to the LRT coming online, but also the understanding that this isn't just about transit. This is also about carpooling and people working together who work together. And how do we think about how do we get to work in a different way? You know, during COVID, one of the things we're seeing is additional use of bicycles. And if anyone's tried to buy a bicycle recently, it's next to impossible. The additional bike lanes are coming in, and that we're seeing a shift. Downtown streets are closing. People are coming together. And that's all part of what TravelWise works to do, is to get people to come together through activity and active transportation. Next slide, please. Charge WR is all about electric vehicle technology. And I wish I could hit the button to show you the nice growth that's coming here. In electric vehicles, I actually had a lot of people saying that we would have a negative this time. We would have fewer electric vehicles. But in fact, we still had growth within electric vehicles in 2019. We exceeded 2,000 now. So we're at 2,047 as of January 1st, 2020. So the end of 2019. And so the growth didn't continue at quite the same rate because of the loss of subsidies and other things like that, but it has continued to grow. And that what we're seeing is that shift towards electric vehicle technology. That's really heartening, because what we're also seeing is that the manufacturers are bringing down the costs as adoption happens. So the shift to an electric mobility means that we can have a more sustainable mobility. And that's really important, because 49% of the carbon footprint in 2015 for all of Waterloo region came from transportation. So this is a really good move forward. Next slide, please. Of course, this is the long-term target that I talked about at the very beginning, of which Wilmot is one of the partners, and Ashton has been amazing. He comes to the table, brings the perspective of this township, and does incredible things to help us create the future we want. So our 2010 baseline year, you can see there. And then we had a 5.2% reduction by 2015. And we've now set this target to be at about 1 million tons emitted per year, which is a massive reduction from where we were. So this is amazing. And what we're working on now is that long-term target. That target is 80% reduced. And we're expecting that by fall this year, we'll be coming back to speak to you, because we were lucky enough to get funding through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Transition 2050 program to be able to use a backcasting model to do a long-term target, and to do that backcasting model of how do we get there through a long-term plan and a short-term actual implementation plan. So putting those two things together. Next slide, please. This footprint reduction, you can see where all of the emissions come from. And when we went out to the community and we talked to them about what is it that we want to create and what is the future look like if we hit this target, it was an amazing return. And I'm so happy to be able to share with you what the community said. And I want to preface all this by saying we didn't just go and talk to the greenies. We didn't just go to the environmental events. We went to rodeos, and we went to hockey games, and we went to libraries. We were in all of the townships. I personally went to a Mopar event. That was a learning event for me. I don't know anything about cars except electric ones. But we really talked to the whole community. And what we heard is that their low carbon future vision means well-being for everybody, inclusivity, belonging, prosperity. This isn't to them, to this community, about having less carbon in the air and therefore less climate change. That's part of it. But it really is a vision of hopeful community building. And so we're so excited to be working on a plan to take us to that future. Next slide, please. One of the places that we see that future is in the Evolve One building, and it is that demonstration. If anybody hasn't been there, lots of you have my email address. Please email me directly and I will get you in there. Even during COVID, we'll put our masks on and I'll take you through to see it. Evolve 1 is Canada's first net positive energy, net zero carbon building. It is located in the North Campus, University Waterloo. These are the tenants that are in the building, and we work collectively to create a culture of sustainability, which means that we all work to reduce our impact on the environment together. And even while working remotely, we are still working to create this culture of sustainability, because we know that no matter where you are, that sustainability culture follows you to your home, to your workplace, et cetera, with your family and friends. Next slide, please. So those are my high-level updates. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm happy to answer any questions. And just again, thank you so much for the incredible partnership that Wilmot has brought to this table. Of all the townships, you've been the one that really has driven us forward really strongly. Patrick, Ashton, and all of Mayor and Council, unbelievable. We're so honored to be part of this sustainability journey with you. Thank you so much. Last slide.
Thank you, Tova. So you have the report before you.
And I have to say, you're the first people who will ever see that report.
So you, so Mr. Romney, are you going to address?
Yes, sir, if I may.
Yes, good.
On behalf of the Sustainability Working Group, we're pleased to present our annual report. This year marks the first full year as the Committee of Council, including staff representatives, expert community members, the Executive Director of Sustainable Water Region, Tova Davidson, who just presented, and a council member. Included in this report includes a list of sustainability-related achievements throughout the past years, such as the declaration of a climate emergency, and items on the horizon or either in progress, such as the development of education materials for facility renters. As you'll see included in the report is the township's progress towards its existing greenhouse gas reduction target. As mentioned in the report, there was a slight retraction in our progress to 22.6% compared to 24.3% in 2018. It is important to know that if you were to compare in the previous year reported figures, that the 2018 and 2017 emissions did vary. This was due to revision by the Regional Sustainability Initiative due to the indexing factors for electricity that changes the greenhouse gas emissions calculated. Lastly, one of the items included in the recommendation of the report is the proposed amendment to the composition of the staff representatives of the committee. Over the past year, the committee felt that the inclusion of the asset management coordinators is an essential resource given their involvement in the township's asset management program. But it's important to note that the number of staff representatives remains unchanged, and there's still a dedicated senior management representative on the committee. And if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer any.
Okay, are there any questions? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I just, I'm reading this, and maybe it's just for, I don't know, wording. I just, Mr. Romney, you had mentioned that there's a new composition with the terms of reference with the group. And you mentioned that there would be a senior management and the asset management, but I don't see any you didn't confirm that the council would still be part of that. And I just wanted to confirm, because of the wording of this, that we're not losing our council position within the group.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Armstrong, just to confirm that is just the staff members. Yeah, I do see where you're, I think, just reviewing the recommendation. It says 5 full-time staff covering just the staff composition in this instance, and not altering the other expert community members, SWR, executive director, and just the council member.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'm sorry. I just wanted to confirm, because when Mr. Romney finished, he didn't say council, so I just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Fenning, you had a comment or question?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I just want to say thank you very much to Tova. Having this organization in our community is really important, and I want to say thank you to Mr. Romney. It's a real pleasure to be with you on this committee.
Thank you. There are no other. Councillor Fisher. You're still muted, Councillor Fisher.
Sorry about that. Another great job by the township. And I always think leading by example is always the best way to influence a community. And they're just doing a great job with that. So carry on. Good work.
Thank you. And seeing no other comments or questions.
Just a quick comment, Mayor Armstrong.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, maybe bring it to council's attention and people watching there, just the commitment level from Ashton here. Tova's aware of it, but he is on holidays right now. He's on a boat on the Trent Severn right now and tuning into the meeting tonight to give his report. So proud to have him on our team and that commitment. So thanks, Ashton.
Well, we certainly appreciate that. And I've, over the years, I've noticed that's the kind of commitment we do get from our staff, that I've called them and they pick up their phones even on holiday. So I've tried to reprimand them about that, but they just don't listen. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Ashton, for tuning in. Hope you're having a great time cruising and you are relaxing. We have no other comments or questions. Okay, so there is a recommendation that comes with the report, and it's a lengthy one. You all have copies of it. So the recommendation is moved by Councillor Fenning and Councillor Gordick. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tova, for attending.
Thank you so much.
Well, we have a number of delegations for the SJAM report. So, and we're going to do the zoning bylaw first and then go to the SJAM report. So if I can find that. First item we'll do is the zoning bylaw. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Armstrong. Since the public meeting was held dealing with the updates to the bylaw, this report identifies 3 changes that have been made since that version was at the public meeting. Minor changes in the bylaw, one dealing with some regulations deal with keeping of backyard chickens. The original bylaw had put a provision in place to say that the chickens would need to be less than 4 months old, and There would be an opportunity to consider that through future licensing, but through the zoning bylaw, the age factor was not deemed to be appropriate. And we had received some comments to that effect. And as such, the zoning regulations are proposed to be modified to remove that age provision. Another component that was modified was just reverting some of the regulations for accessory structures on undersized agricultural properties to remain flexible in terms of the size allowed for accessory structures. So essentially that would stay the same as what the previous bylaw was. The updates were to impose area restrictions and height restrictions on some of those properties. And this bylaw would revert back to the current standard that applies setbacks based on the height of the structure. And the last section deals with comments that we received from the Citizens for Safe Groundwater. Comments were raised regarding requested changes to those extractive industrial zoning. There were a couple of typographic matters that were highlighted that had been updated within the bylaw, deal with section numbering and the wording of the act. But the matters relating to changing regulations and revising the zoning itself would need to occur through a public forum. And as that has not occurred, staff aren't recommending that they be changed at this time. However, should council provide direction to staff, we would undergo a review of the extractive industrial zoning and the applicable regulations and vet that through an appropriate public forum. And that is something that we could undertake in the 2021 work plan. Aside from that, the bylaw remains unchanged. Accumulation of a significant amount of public input, public meetings and reports, and an extensive amount of work for our department. We're pleased to be at this point and to have this this bylaw before council for approval.
Okay, thank you. So before we go on to our delegations, I'd like to remind all delegations that of some guidelines for participation. Please leave your video camera turned off and your microphone audio muted until you are called upon to speak. Delegations will be allotted 10 minutes to speak and will be provided a 2-minute warning reminder when your 10 minutes is nearing completion. We also ask that you leave the meeting once your issue has been addressed. You are then welcome to watch the remainder of the meeting during the webcast live via YouTube. And further to that, if you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in an immediate muting and removal from the hearing. One is interrupting counselors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about counselors, staff, or others, hate speech or defamatory comments. I will now call upon our delegations as they're listed, and the first delegation for this is Mr. Rory Farnham. Welcome, Roy.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Yes, thanks. I believe there's PowerPoint being shared. Thanks. Perfect. Thank you. And good evening, council, mayor, staff, and citizens viewing tonight's meeting on the township's YouTube channel. My name is Rory Farnan, and I am a resident of Mannheim. I will be speaking with you tonight about aggregate operations and our need for greater protections within our bylaws and policies. Next slide, please. Debate relating to the aggregate industry seems to always be ongoing, but more so in Wilmot and throughout Ontario over the last 12 months. One of the questions that citizens, businesses, and municipal governments are asking, is my township receiving its fair share from the aggregate industry? Well, if you are North Dumfries, Wellington, Brant, Puss Lynch, or Zora, to only name a few, the answer to that question is a resounding no. Our neighboring municipal leaders are standing up, concerned with the strain that aggregate operations have to infrastructure and the toll to already strained road budgets. Municipalities are coming to the same conclusion, that the challenges relating to aggregate operations outweigh the perceived benefits to its citizens. Next slide, please. Another question being asked by citizens and their elected officials, are established communities being protected from aggregate operators? Minimal setbacks continue to encroach on established communities who directly feel the effects of dust, noise, and truck traffic. In some municipalities, multiple site operations within close proximity are causing negative cumulative impacts to its community and its well-being, snowballing out of control and leaving municipal officials scrambling to respond. Next slide, please. When looking for evidence of this snowball effect, Wilmot doesn't have to look too far. Our neighbor, North Dumfries, is a prime example. With 47 aggregate sites, it has quickly become one of the largest aggregate mine municipalities in Ontario. The aggregate industry has and continues to rip apart North Dumfries' natural landscape while leaving citizens in the dust, to the point where citizens are fed up and miserable. With projected growth continuing to rise in our region, we don't want Wilmot to be another North Dumfries story. We must prioritize the importance of our natural assets while protecting our established communities. Next slide, please. But here is the good news. Wilmot citizens are already standing up and are already engaged. Think back to January when citizens packed council chambers and its 2 overflow rooms to show their concern to a proposed zone change in Shingletown. Look at the work that Citizens for Safe Groundwater have done over the last 12 months to create awareness while providing citizens with a strong, unified voice. I have on several occasions engaged with staff and council on this issue and stand here today to promise the people of Wilmot that their voice will continue to be heard. The message is clear. We need council support and engagement. It is time to lift the veil on a discussion about aggregate operations in Wilmot. It is time to make our position known together, citizens and council. Next slide, please. So, as I stand,
Mr. Farnan?
Yep.
You're deviating away from what we're talking about with the zoning bylaw. This is
my last slide, so I'll get right to the point. So, as I stand in front of you tonight, what is my ask? My ask is a call to action. In planning's report in front of you, Mr. Okrafka and Mr. Martin have suggested that changes to bylaws as they relate to aggregate operations should follow a process of broader public engagement. I couldn't agree more with that recommendation. And as much as I believe the recommendations put forth by Citizens for Safe Groundwater should be approved tonight, I welcome the suggestion of reviewing aggregate operations in the 2021 Development Service Work Plan. Any opportunity to spark consultation is a positive step. That is the takeaway for staff. For council, it is a call for direct, open, and two-way collaboration with its citizens and the Citizens for Safe Groundwater as it relates to aggregate in Wilmot. Lastly, it is a commitment that the outcome of this exercise will result in the creation of a clearly defined Made in Wilmot plan to address aggregate operations in Wilmot with an approach that prioritizes our natural assets and protects our established communities. Thank you for your time and your ongoing support.
Thank you. Any questions of the delegate? Seeing none. So our next presenter is Samantha Lernout.
Unmute. Good evening. Thumbs up if you can hear me.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, I have some slides as well, and I don't know if I'll share my video. Hello. If you could please get up my slides and I'll get started quickly. Thank you very much. All right, so yes, we're here to delegate tonight about the Wilmot bylaw revisions. So just a little bit of background. I know this has been mentioned before. Next slide, please. Wilmot Township is home of the Waterloo Moraine. This is a large underwater lake. This groundwater source supplies the region of Waterloo with approximately 80% of their drinking water, our drinking water. A quote from the region of Waterloo, the region is one of the largest municipalities in Canada that relies on groundwater for most of its drinking water. This is because we are not close to the Great Lakes. A line to the Great Lakes is not possible. Municipal wells in Wilmot Township supply Wilmot Township residents municipal wells in Wilmot Township supply residents on municipal water with 100% of their drinking water. I was told by a regional hydrologist that the two wells in Shingletown provide 100% of the water for Wilmot residents on municipal water. Next slide, please. Another quote from the region, a large share of the region's drinking water sources overlap with significant deposits of sand, gravel, and other mineral aggregate resources. These naturally occurring aggregate layers clean the water we drink. Next slide, please. Another quote from the region of Waterloo, extracting aggregate close to or below the water table in these source water areas has the potential to impact the quality and quantity of water in a regional supply well. Such impacts could potentially occur through contamination caused during the extraction process, for example, a fuel spill, or through land use activities following the rehabilitation of the sites. So after the site has extracted the gravel, things like road salt, agricultural pesticides, or nutrients. The cumulative impacts, as I mentioned in our last delegation, of aggregate extraction on the quality, safety, and security of Wilmot's groundwater should be top priority going forward. Next slide, please. So it's Citizens for Safe Groundwater's position that we must be proactive and cutting edge. We need to lead by example in protecting the safety and security of our groundwater for many reasons. Of course, for public need in an expanding region, for agricultural need, for livestock and crops, especially during times of drought, which we saw this July. And all of this in light of the fact that we are currently in a climate emergency and considering the increased stress that the pandemic has caused on our water resources. This is something that we could face again in the future, and we're facing currently. Next slide, please. So not just the groundwater, of course, but we also feel that aggregate policies, aggregate bylaws must keep in mind how to protect our communities. Wilmot Township is full of vibrant communities that are worth protecting. mentioned this before, but we were in the Maclean's magazine for the top 20 best places to live in Canada. These communities are worth protecting from the possible impacts of the aggregate industry. Next slide, please. So just getting into zoning bylaw, what are zoning bylaw amendments? I, of course, had to learn a little bit about this myself. A zoning bylaw implements the objectives and policies of a local municipality's official plan. So it states exactly how land may be used and contains specific requirements that are legally enforceable. This is, of course, I'm stating this more for just to make this more accessible for general public that might be tuned in. Such things as lot sizes, setbacks, buffers, vehicular access, environmentally sensitive areas, wellhead and source water protection, and sustainability of the land for the proposed use may be included in a zoning bylaw. And of course, given all that information background I just went through, this is extremely important in Wilmot Township. Bylaws set the local standard. So like Rory had said, a made in Wilmot plan. They set the local standard, making it clear for all parties what is considered safe and acceptable practice in our township for the betterment of all. Next slide, please. So we would first of all like to show our support to the existing standards that have been set within the township. We did a pretty extensive search at other municipalities around, and Wilmot does have a fantastic foundation to build on with bylaws as they pertain to aggregate. And we urge that these standards be upheld. At the same time, we'd also like to recommend the following revisions and additions based on the best practices of our neighboring municipalities. So municipalities like Cambridge, Brantford, Hamilton, and West Perth are all examples of municipalities with detailed zoning regulations for quarries. Some include sizable setbacks of the extraction area from lands zoned residential, and some include buffering requirements, etc. Next slide, please. So specifically, Section 20 regarding Mineral Aggregate Zone 14 sets a strong foundation to protecting Wilmot's health and safety. However, we suggest some minor revisions and additions that would have the effect of further protecting the well-being of our communities and protection of our groundwater. These policies are essential in order to set our municipality's position going into a hearing with a clear and strong municipal standard. Next slide, please. So we have 4 sort of recommendations. So just a disclaimer, these are our initial suggestions, subject to revisions upon further public consultation. So first one, Regulation 20.1.3, we suggest it be revised as follows. Essentially, it remains the same, but we'd be looking at adding wash ponds to the list of activities that would require, essentially, it seems to my understanding that it would require a site-specific exception. So wash ponds would need to be looked at with greater consideration. And of course, we have a concern with wash ponds due to the fact that we are home of the regional recharge areas, and that as Will Fruland had brought forward in our public meeting on July 13th, that wash ponds do pose a risk to groundwater quality and safety, as well as they draw a lot of water quality. So it also should be noted that there are lots of areas when we look at the mapping of the aggregate in Wilmot Township that are not in regional areas where a wash pond could easily be accommodated and not pose as significant of a risk to our water. Second, Regulation 20.2.7, we suggest it be revised to require a 50-meter setback from a road and a 30-meter setback to a property line. So we felt this was a very conservative request, and it was right in line with what other municipalities are doing.
2-minute mark. Okay,
next slide, please. Third is that a standard berm height and location be set in order to protect our communities. This is referenced a lot in site-specific exceptions. We may as well have a standard set. And the fourth is a buffer area to protect communities from aggregate processing. So crushing, screening, washing, stockpiling, etc. Puslinch is a great example of that. Next slide, please. And as far as the site-specific exceptions go, I just want to just state that it's our position that the standards set in section 20 are important and they should be adhered to. Any site-specific exceptions should only be considered after accessible public engagement, scrutinous staff consideration, and considerate council approval with the best interest of all in mind. Next slide, please. So we feel that further consideration of Wilmot's bylaws as they apply to aggregate extraction, water protection, and residential areas is required. We ask that council direct staff to include this review within the 2021 Developmental Service Work Plan. Ideally, we would like to see this begin this fall. Next slide, please. So just to end with Wilmot's strategic plan, the goals reflect an engaged community, and that we have a prosperous economy, that we protect our natural environment, and that we enjoy our quality of life. Last slide, please. Thank you very much for your time. Sorry, it got a little bit rushed. I really appreciate the opportunity to share this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Are there any questions of the delegation? Seeing none, thank you. Next delegation is Pat Chevalier.
Good evening.
Yes, welcome, Pat.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to do a brief addition to the information that was shared by Rory Farnan and Samantha Lernout. My perspective is more from the, I guess, health-oriented perspective. There is a need for bylaws to ensure appropriate distance and appropriate berming of aggregate operations from settlements of people. The buffer zone needs to be sufficient to effectively mitigate the unacceptable risk to public health or safety, which is referenced in the provincial policy statement. These concerns include, but are not limited to, air pollution and noise pollution. In terms of air pollution, fugitive dust is a reality of gravel pits. Particulate matter in the form of dust gets into the body through our nose and mouth. Respiratory and cardiovascular disease is well documented, but what we have more recently come to know is that the lining of the lungs can be infiltrated by microparticles, and those we see from machinery and diesel truck emissions have a tremendous amount of microparticles in them, and these end up in the bloodstream and get to the brain. Through the nose, microparticles can pass through the olfactory bulb and pass directly into various parts of the brain. When swallowed, particulate matter can alter the microbiome of the gut, which processes food and gives us nutrients. The health of the microbiome directly impacts the brain health. There are many studies that link air pollution to brain inflammation and cell damage. There's a frequently cited study from the US of 1,400 women across the country that found that the more that these women were subjected to exposure to particulate matter, the less white matter they had. And a decrease in white matter is strongly associated with dementia. In the area of noise pollution, the World Health Organization published a study in 2011 and found that at least 1 million healthy years of life are lost each year in Europe alone due to noise pollution, and this doesn't include industrial workplace noise. Noise impacts restorative sleep. You can close your eyes, but your ears are always open. Sleep during daytime hours is critical for both young brains for growth and development, and old brains for optimal functioning. Behavioral challenges and attention problems of children can result from disruptive sleep patterns, and cognitive and functional challenges can result from disrupted sleep in seniors. People think they get used to noise, like noise from gravel pits, and no harm results, but numerous studies have linked noise pollution to increased anxiety, depression, high blood pressure, heart disease, and stroke. Scientific American tells us that even a modest level of noise over a long enough period of time Noise like beeping trucks, motor noise from a gravel pit can cause damage to the brain networks that extract meaning from sound. So the buffer zone or setback of aggregate operations may seem like just a number when reviewing bylaws, but a bylaw is an opportunity to protect citizens at this time of increased awareness and vigilance of the need to protect our health. Let us also consider that the vigilance needed to protect our population from the insidious and long-lasting effects of air and noise pollution is no less critical. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pat. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Gerber?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. I just wanted to thank all three of the delegates for speaking this evening, and just wanted to follow up. I know Mr. Martin mentioned, and the delegates mentioned as well, the idea of a direction to staff to include sort of examining these recommendations for possible inclusion in the bylaw in the future. I just wanted to sort of indicate that I'm interested in that happening. So that'd be the will of council.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Seeing none. Councillor Fenning?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I'll echo that thanks to the delegates for speaking tonight, and also interested in the direction to staff to pursue this.
Thank you, Councillor Fenning. Councillor Fisher?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to agree with the other two councillors. I think the direction to staff would be great, and check out these things. So thank you.
Councillor Hallman?
Thank you through the mayor. My thanks to the delegation. And I am in support of that continued process through the planning department. So I am in support of that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Gordick?
Similar to my fellow councillors, I too agree and would like a direction to staff to have a look at those bylaws to update them for further protection. And I appreciate the delegations coming to speak tonight. So thank you.
Well, that makes it unanimous around the table that we're all in favor of having a look at that. So the recommendation is that council approve amendments to bylaw 8338, being the Township of Wilmot zoning bylaw as outlined in report DS 2020-13 and DS 2020-020. Moved by Councillor Gordick, seconded by Councillor Fenning. All in favor? And that's everybody. Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor Armstrong, just a quick comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, if I may. Just wanted to take this opportunity with the passing of the resolution for the report, just to thank the planning department. That's an intense undertaking. The hundreds, literally hundreds and hundreds of pages involved in reviewing the bylaw, going through them all with a fine-tooth comb. Something that, adjustments and amendments that have been accumulated over literally decades. To get all that work done, and the way you're involving the public consultations and how smooth that process went. Thank you to all of those involved in doing that. Like I said, just a massive job, and thanks for bringing it to conclusion.
Good point. Thank you very much for mentioning that. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Okay. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Councillor Gerber took the words out of my mouth. I know it's been a huge undertaking for our planning department, and really appreciate all of the work that's gone into it, and engagement with the community, and for stepping up now, to address this particular concern raised and be willing to take on further review. So thank you very much to everyone involved.
So I see no further hands, so we shall carry on. And our next report that we're going to look at is the zone change for Tri-County Mennonite homes. Mr. Martin, we do have a delegation here, but Mr. Shantz is present, but he doesn't have a presentation. He's just here for answering questions. So go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. So the report provides a summary of the comments that you heard at the public meeting and some written comments that were received in addition to that. And the report then goes through each of those specific concerns and provides a comment and ultimately a solution from staff's perspective to how those issues have been addressed. I won't go through each of those individually to save some time, but they are noted in the report, and certainly I'm here to answer any questions should there be any. Ultimately, the recommendation is for approval. The one outstanding requirement is the completion of a record of site condition, which is underway. So the proposal is to put the property into a holding provision, and at such time as the region provides a clearance letter that work has been completed, staff would return to council to request that holding provision be lifted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Anyone have any questions? Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, this I believe might go to Chief Leeson. Just because of the increase in stories, we don't have very many buildings within Wilmot Township that are that high. Has the fire department looked at that? Because I know we have, I'm not sure exactly what the limits are, but we do have limitations with regards to our services that are provided. So I'm just curious about that.
Go ahead, Chief.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Our current apparatus complement would satisfy the requirements of that building, and future planning is going to take into consideration the fact that there will be increased demand on fire services. So those plans are in place. I think it's important to showcase too that the building is designed with fire protection within the building itself as well, such as sprinkler systems and those things of that nature. So all of those plans are in place to cover those items.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I think this project, while there's been, a lot of use of the property, and thank you to Tri-County Mennonite for allowing the community to have used the space over the years. I think this project is really important for our community, and I'm really happy to see it coming forward. I would really love to have a conversation with Mr. Shantz, perhaps offline, just about some ideas and thoughts at another time.
Thank you, Councillor Fenning. See no further questions. I agree. It's something that we really need. There's people looking for that type of accommodation, and we're certainly looking forward to it being here. So the recommendation is before you that council approves zone change application 03/20 by Tri-County Homes, Mennonite Homes, to change the zoning of a portion of the property from zone 11 open space to zone 4 residential, along with the following site-specific regulations. 1, to reduce the required setback of parking from the front property line from 7.6 meters to approximately 2.9 meters, and to increase the maximum building height from 10.5 meters or 3 stories, whichever is greater, to a height ranging from 4 stories, approximately 13 meters at the front of the building, to 5 stories, approximately 19 meters at the rear of the building. So that is moved by Councillor Fisher, Councillor Fenning. No further questions. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So the next item we will undertake is the relocation of the Sir John A. Macdonald statue.
And at this time, I would like to call a point of information through the clerk.
Beg your pardon?
I would like to call a point of information through Robert's Rules of Order through the clerk.
Yes, Councillor Holman.
May I go down my list of questions?
Yes.
First and foremost, I wanted to address on page 963 that there's a hate word that needs to be removed and that needs to be addressed immediately. Thank you for that. Secondly, my next question is to the CAO. As Wilmot Township is a registered donee under the CRA since 2012, how did the municipality ensure that the township took care to not disregard the boundary between education as stated in the Income Tax Act?
Go ahead, Mr. Whittington.
Interesting question. I would really want to get back to you on that. I don't want to provide a comment at this stage. Thank you. Unless another staff member wants to jump in.
Okay, so that leaves me feeling very uncomfortable at this time with that reply. Also, to the CAO. I object the consideration of this report this evening, as we need time for this to come back to council with what was outlined in the motion, as this report is not complete. The motion that was passed at the last meeting was specifically, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to immediately relocate the statue of Sir John A. Macdonald from the front lawn of Wilmot Township to a location that does not harm any members of the Indigenous community. Therefore be it resolved that staff discuss appropriate locations with the Indigenous community and report back on the relocation strategy. This report does not include any consultation process with the Indigenous community. It does not include any commitments to the calls of truth that was set out in the Truth and Calls and Reconciliation that was approved by council.
Go ahead, Mr. Whittington.
Certainly through the chair. The two directors that have authored the report, you can look to their response as well. But there's clarity that is being looked at as to engagement versus the same request to have it removed immediately. So there's needing to get some clarity back to council, and this is very transparent in front of a public setting, is to ask for that information. If the decision is very quick and resolved, then staff just continues along as accordingly.
Ms. Middleholtz.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So with the motion as it was written, it was interpreted as having two steps or two sections. Let me phrase it that way to begin. An immediate removal and then the consultation process. At other times in other meetings, council has talked about a very fulsome consultation process that involves the Mississaugas of the Credit as well as the seventh generation, members of the Indigenous community, as well as other marginalized and oppressed groups and members of, residents of Wilmot. So immediate versus that large of a consultation process it was in our interpretation that immediate was the priority, to have the statue relocated to begin with. And then a consultation process could occur where if that place that it was relocated to does not meet the standard of does not harm, then please provide us that information as to what is a location that does not harm. All of that, based on the motion that was provided, was to happen with a consultant. So sort of doing the math in our head of going forward with how long it might take to do that, it seemed like it would delay the immediate removal to a point that was no longer in anyone's rationale immediate. So that was sort of the thought process on that.
So, Ms. Middleholtz, I sent an introductory email to peoples of the Indigenous community to discuss this. So I feel that was not upheld. And I fully expected in this report, as set out in the motion, for that the discussion of appropriate locations with the Indigenous community, as stated in the motion, and report back on a relocation strategy that concludes our commitment to the action set out to truth and reconciliation. Nowhere in that report does it state our commitment to the truth and reconciliation. Nowhere in that report does it discuss our commitment to engaging with the Indigenous community on where the statue can go for the time being that does not cause harm to them until the fulsome report comes back that engages all of the people at the table that need to be part of that really important conversation. That's that next step. That at that point, that comes back with that. And then the direct removal as to further not cause harm of the people who are living in our community, that it's still there and it's still causing them harm. So as I have stated, I object the consideration of this report.
So what council can do?
It is not in the direction of the motion.
So what can be done at this point? Either it can be deferred, or if there is an amendment to the resolution, to the motion, then that can be done as well. To say for staff to undertake the consultation process and come back with recommendations for the relocation. With regards to what I was saying previously with the retention of a consultant, the item of the location of the Sir John A. Macdonald statue can be that first piece of consultation for them to undertake.
I thank you for your reply, but I am still left with that the motion was not completed. So if we are not going to continue with the motion as completed, then I'm asking for time to contact the Ombudsman Office or my own legal counsel, as this report does not reflect the motion that was passed. And I reject the report as it is before us.
Okay, well, I guess the discussion can occur with the rest of council as well, as to how they are feeling about what Councillor Hallman is saying, and we can go from there.
Councillor Hallman, do you wish to allow Mr. Gerber to address?
Yes.
Mr. Gerber?
Yes, thank you. There's in the queue that I see. I just want to state that I think the immediate action to a location of no harm was a priority from the motion that was passed at the last meeting. And obviously consultation about if that is made in error tonight will certainly need to occur. based on feedback that we receive after the meeting. And certainly the consultation about the longer term future of the Prime Minister's path is sort of where I figured the fulsome consultation would occur, but that we had a desire to, in the short term, provide sort of an opportunity to clear the air, show some goodwill before establishing on the long-term process. And I think we have an opportunity to make that immediate short-term decision tonight. I think we've heard from numerous members of the Indigenous community as to where they feel a location is that does not cause harm. And then as we discuss the motion, the 3 recommendations tonight, we'll see if that's what we end up doing and if we indeed satisfy their concerns.
Thank you. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I, for my part, when I was participating in passing this motion, yes, the removal of the statue is definitely of priority to act on immediately. However, it was also called out that there would be consultation with Indigenous members of the community to ensure that the recommendations that came to council for where to place it temporarily would meet their requests, so that while we're undergoing the larger fulsome conversation with the Indigenous community, that we can not have that issue muddying the waters or causing further harm to the healthy dialogue that needs to happen in our community. So it's not that there was no consultation requested for the immediate removal. We requested that the Indigenous community also be consulted, not to the degree of hiring a consultant and, but there are multiple contacts that we all have heard from within the community, and a brief consultation process with them would have been in order to make this report meet the requirements of the motion.
Councillor Gerber.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Through you, just for I guess for Councillor Hallman, whose motion it is that we're outlining. Do you feel that there is an option not in the report that could have or would have come forward? And again, not to assume to speak for anyone, obviously, but based on a number of the delegations that we have heard on this issue, over the last several council meetings, to me, it would seem that there is one of the options, the immediate removal of the statue, either into township storage or to public storage, would seem to satisfy the Indigenous voices that we've heard talking to us at council. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Go ahead, Councillor Hallman.
Sorry, my mute wasn't working. Through the mayor to Councillor Gerber. Councillor Gerber, so thank you for your question, but it's more involved in that as the report does not reflect on the data provided for everyone to make a decision here this evening, as I believe that the report does not include at all the conversation that is really important to happen with the Indigenous community about where they feel out of those options that they are content with. There's no written data that is requested on their communication on a relocation strategy. It does not also indicate any items from the Truth and Calls to Reconciliation specifically in that report. So the items that need to be identified to uphold the office which we all uphold is not there.
Ms. Middleholtz.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. So quite simply, then what we can do here is the report can come back to staff, and we can undertake that slightly, I don't want to use the word simplified, but I can't think of a better word, to slightly pared down version of a consultation, simply to do with the relocation of Sir John A. Macdonald. We can come back with that, as well as reflections upon Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and staff can come back with that report.
Councillor Fisher?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. That's my thoughts exactly too, is to have it go back to staff, and what type of time frame would it take for consultation with the Indigenous groups? Any idea? Like, could it be dealt with over the next couple weeks or a month?
Ms. Middleholtz?
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. At this time, I wouldn't have an answer for that as to how long it might take. We do have some names of some people and groups that we can connect with, and sort of go from there. I can't speak as to their availability to discuss this with us. So I can't really give a timeline, unfortunately, right at this moment.
Councillor Gerber?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Just curious, the impact if we're calling the point of order sort of now, prior to hearing from any delegations. I'd be curious to hear from the delegations we have to find out if there are some options in the report that, in their view, would satisfy, because I know we have some members of the Indigenous community and their allies speaking to us tonight. Are we open to hearing from them and trying to make a decision based on that? And I understand that, Councillor Hallman, your references to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and our responsibilities as a municipality, I see that occurring throughout the consultation process, determining the ultimate future of the Prime Minister's path. I understood that was the intent of that particular reference, but I'll just throw that question out there.
Councillor Hallman?
Again, through the mayor, the integrity of this report does not satisfy the motion. So therefore, to continue with the motion, I am asking for it to be objected, as it does not satisfy, and to go back to staff to fulsomely support the motion, identifying consultation with the Indigenous community, where they no longer have to publicly, in front of all of us, in front of the public, identify their horrific trauma for the relocation of this temporarily until we have completed that fulsome report. So by accepting this report and continuing on, this is just, again, allowing the more pain and trauma. The delegations are obviously would be coming back, I'm assuming at the time where the report was brought back to council, but I don't change my position that this report does not reflect the emotion, and I reject it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gordick?
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, I agree with Councillor Hallman. The other point I have to sort of just add to that is with regards to option 3. I find that we are treading on perhaps some unethical territory with a group of citizens sort of hijacking our decision making by offering to move the statues at their cost. So I have a big problem with option 3 from the very get-go. And I also believe, as Councillor Hallman has pointed out, is we have put the Indigenous community through enough over the last 4 meetings. I reject this report as it's been presented. I do not want to continue to inflict harm and trauma to our community. It's been very divisive. I'd like the report to come back with clear responses and options as outlined in Councillor Hallman's original motion. And the main focus being is that SJAM is removed from the lawn of the municipal property.
Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I very much appreciate all the work that staff have done and the consideration that they are working to find resolution and to move us forward. I really sincerely appreciate everything that you're doing. And I recognize and believe that this is very difficult. It's difficult for all of us as council to navigate. It's difficult for us as a community to navigate. And it is very difficult for our staff. So thank you. Thank you for your patience through this, and thank you for your continued diligence and commitment to the community. I appreciate the clerk's response, and I would like to suggest that we move forward with her suggestion in that, because I believe that will get us a better report, a better result for the community, and in the long run, it will reduce divisions, not increase them. So thank you to our clerk, and thank you to all of the staff and everyone for your patience through this.
Councillor Gerber.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Through you, if we're indeed voting on the point of order, I think it would be premature to begin talking about the options within the report. We're either going to talk about the report or we're not going to talk about the report. Having said that, though, I would simply reassure people that that we are not about to be making public policy by donation tonight or any other night, if that is a concern of people out there. Also, then I guess my question would be for Councillor Hallman. Do you feel then that it is a better act of allyship to leave the statue where it is till we get the report that satisfies the criteria, rather than potentially voting tonight to move the statue into storage? And if that's the case, I will, you know, I'm open to listening.
So thank you through the mayor to Councillor Gerber. The motion that we passed was that staff be directed to immediately relocate the statue of Sir John A. Macdonald from the front lawn of Wilmot Township to a location that does not cause harm to any members of the Indigenous community. So in my opinion, that hasn't been upheld to date. And further, that staff, before the relocation, reach out to the Indigenous community and find out where he can go for the time being till the fulsome report is complete. So that's where, sorry, I see the clerk has her hand, so I think I will pause.
Okay, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I'm just gonna say it. Okay, so starting the next working day, are we to engage with the Indigenous community on a location that does not cause harm, get a response, react based on that response, even without a council report back? Because that, if depending on how quickly we get a response back, how quickly we could mobilize, like the next council meeting is only 2 weeks away, but I think 2 or 3 weeks away. So my 3 weeks. So my question is immediate, but have the consultation, the pared down version of a consultation. Does council want us to come back with the results of that pared down version of a consultation for you to approve and then act, or simply get the answer, then act, and then advise council. That's the direction I
Yes.
need. Specifically, yes, which one?
Oh, sorry. I thought I was on mute still. My apologies. Through the mayor to the clerk. That was my intent, yes.
That we consult, act,
You
report
consult,
back.
that you determine as staff where you believe there is various places. You go to the Indigenous community, you go contact the Mississaugas of First Credit, the local Indigenous community who has been engaged in various ways, and ask them, here's where we feel this can go for the time being until this fulsome report is complete in next spring, and we can have a broader understanding with all the appropriate people so that that statute is not causing harm at this time to the Indigenous community, while we can have a productive conversation in that fulsome report that we're expecting next March. That was my intent.
Okay, and follow up to that, through you, Mayor Armstrong, is the dollar factor that could be associated with that. As the report does talk about, if one of the options includes a rental storage unit, we are talking about in as much as $12,000. And that is unbudgeted at this point in time. Perhaps, I'm sorry to put him on the spot in this situation. Procurement bylaw is not my specialty, and how that sort of fits in if Mr. Kelly has any comments in regards to the procurement bylaw aspect.
Mr. Kelly?
Sure. As far as the procurement bylaw is written, it doesn't really speak clearly to situations such as this where it's hard to define this as an emergency as far as the language within the procurement bylaw. Under an emergency, council can so order that unbudgeted dollars are spent if it's the will of council to do so. If it's deemed that this is an emergency purchase, emergency expenditure, then that's where it would fall within the bylaw.
Councillor Fanning?
She seems to be having connection issues. Maybe you could go on to Fisher. Councillor Fisher.
Councillor Fisher?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. I think it has to come back to council for approval. It's my opinion.
And Mr. Whittington, you had a comment?
Yeah, it was kind of a question to the Director of Legislative Services, but the council as well, because I want to ensure the clarity is there, that we've got the correct interpretation. Is in respect to getting input, the range of contacts, is that left to staff to kind of, because we started naming off possibilities. Kind of tied to that is the role of the consultant that would provide us some guidance from the future on how we're going to progress all the way through this process. Do we get that input and assistance in this? So I'm looking for some assistance on this, because otherwise we'll finish this meeting and then we'll reflect and then we'll be wondering some of these questions. Thank you.
Councillor Hallman?
Through the mayor to the CAO. I sent an introductory email to the clerk to some Indigenous members of the community, and I had also provided the clerk at a previous meeting the contact for the reaching out to the Mississaugas of First Credit, which Wilmot Township is situated on the land, the traditional land of. So that would be appropriate, the directions that I've already provided of contacts, that would be appropriate to make sure that there's no further harm. But as the people who are living within this community, there's been connections, but I've already sent introductory emails to identifying the appropriate contacts and the appropriate contact. The Mississaugas of the First Credit, I gave that to the clerk as well.
Okay, I mean, I have one question, and that is, do we leave out the people who own the statue, the citizens of Wilmot? Councillor Hallman?
There we are. To the mayor. I am suggesting that we follow through with the motion as it was passed at the last council meeting. And at that next step, obviously, the, sorry, can you reframe your question actually?
My question was, do we leave out the owners of the statue, which?
It was my impression that we own the statues. That they,
Yes, the citizens of Wilmot Township own the statue. The residents, the taxpayers own the statue.
Okay, so to the mayor, the motion that was passed was that it was immediately relocated, and then that further that was passed was that consultation process would then further outline those identified people that were in that report, or is within the motion.
Okay, so you're saying that the citizens, the owners of the statue, have no say in what happens to it?
I am not saying that to Mr. Mayor. I am saying that the motion, the report that came to council this evening does not outline what was passed by resolution by majority of council. So respectfully, I'm asking for the report to come back that outlines that.
So you still didn't answer my question. Because it doesn't include the people who own the statue, you're not.
I'm going to call point of order for this, as I'm asking for the report to be refused as it is before us, as it is not outlined what is in the motion.
Councillor Gerber, you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. I think it's important to understand that there's two steps here, and I'll take my interpretation of things. That the first step, obviously, and we talked about this, all of us spoke about this at the meeting, whether we voted in favor of the motion or not. We all spoke about figuring out where to put the statue in the short term that would give us the air to breathe to allow the proper long-term consultation involving everyone to happen in a way that gets us to the real goal, which is healing and reconciliation. So the question before us then is this report and the three options it represents, is that in the spirit of the motion which was passed, which contained these components of removing the statue in the short term to reduce harm in the short term, that trauma that we've heard about again at several council meetings. And again, just, I mean, as a white male, for me to sit here and say with certainty that I think we can put the statue into storage tonight and satisfy the Indigenous community as to where they would like Sir John A. while we make the long-term decision. Can I say tonight I feel confident about that in my position? No, I can't, because I don't want to silence any of those voices. However, having said that, the voices I have heard at these meetings and in communication via email to me would indicate that putting Sir John A. Macdonald indoors in the short term is satisfying a need or a desire of the Indigenous community that we have heard from to stop that short-term pain and trauma that they occur when seeing the statue. I'm not sure if, on a point of order, deferring the discussion that we could have this evening that may end up in that result is doing benefit to the Indigenous community, or if at the end of the day they're going to be like, we've been delegating at your meetings for weeks. We've said we don't want to see it. You had an option to put it somewhere where we can't see it, and you didn't take that option. And now it's going to stay there for another few more weeks until we come back. So I guess I want to come back to that question. is it our best act of allyship tonight to defer this on a point of order, just to get us to the point where we may well end up tonight without discussing the motion because it's not on the table yet?
Councillor Fenning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. And to you, Mayor Armstrong, I would like to point out that when we're talking about taxpayers and residents of this township, that also includes the Indigenous people who are taxpayers and residents.
I didn't say it didn't.
Not an either or. We're talking Indigenous people, and they're not two different groups. They are part of the same group. We're all one community. And I'm losing my internet connection. Rural internet. So if everybody can still hear me.
Yes, we can.
I think it's a fair point from Councillor Gerber that to question whether we are doing the best thing we can in allyship by deferring this and having another report come back to council. I do question that. And, you know, it is fair and true that we heard from a number of Indigenous people over the last 2 months saying that they simply don't see. I'm concerned at the same time, and I raised these concerns with staff prior, that this report, because it didn't consult, again, while yes, they have told us that they don't want to see it and therefore putting it in storage is the response that I see. I'm concerned the report contains other suggestions which very clearly would not meet that very clearly stated information from the Indigenous community. And as such, I'm very concerned about the concept of accepting a report that, to me, creates some very serious questions about how we're approaching this decision. So I'm having a lot of trouble deciding how to move forward with this. I have a lot of faith in our staff capacity to make decisions, and when we give them clear directions and give them a clear mandate, they fulfill it with diligence. I think that clear mandate tonight. I feel that they will do the right thing for our community and that they will do a good job of it. That's how I see it.
Mr. Whittington, you wish to speak? No? Okay. Okay, Councillor Gordick?
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I didn't quite get to hear all of Councillor Fenning's comments. I'm not sure if it was my internet or hers. So I'm of two minds like Councillor Fenning. I'd like to see the statue removed as soon as possible. We did say immediate removal, but I'm not happy with the presentation of the report from staff. So I'd be happy with the majority of what council goes with. the idea being is that waiting until our next council meeting with the statue being there for another potential month by the time everything is worked out. And also the point being is that we as a community need to do some healing, and part of that is dealing with getting rid of Sir John A. Macdonald statue from the municipal property, whether that goes into a public space that we have at the rec complex somewhere, or actually into a U-Haul storage, as I suggested on Hamilton Road. Those are really the only two options I see. However, this is Councillor Hallman's motion, and I respect that she is trying to do the best for the Indigenous community with regards to the statue and her motion. And the fact that the motion report come back to the motion does not reflect that. I can understand her concerns. I just feel that we should do as best we can to help with the allyship. And like Councillor Gerber, if that means just removing the statue with immediate as a direction to staff, but taking to point of order that the report does not reflect the motion as the way it should have.
Councillor Fenning, did you wish to speak again? Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I would like to note that when we're talking about removing the statue, because this is considered a temporary removal at this time, the concrete does not need to be removed, nor do the chairs. It is, and I personally, obviously, do not know the details of exactly how the statue is formed and whether or not it's possible to leave the chairs there and take the Sir John A. portion away from it. So I'll defer to the experts on that. But when I'm thinking about, it is considered to be at this point, a temporary measure to be able to move forward with our conversation. So that piece of it we should not incur the cost of removing that concrete at this time, and only look to be removing the statue itself.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gerber.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Through you. Once again, I think we need to figure out, are we discussing the motion? Because we're starting to express a lot of opinions on the report which is fine. But I think we can't have it both ways. We can't sort of sit here and give our opinion on the report without the report being in front of us. So I think we just have to decide, is it a greater act of allyship to put a potential end to the short-term trauma that SGM is causing members of our Indigenous community, based on the best evidence of what we've already heard through the emails and delegations, or if on a point of order, we wait on that. And I think I know which way I'm leaning, but I guess we need the question called, and before we know if we can move on. I guess as one other point of procedure clarification question, is there a way to express concern with the report while still, while understanding, can we register our dismay that, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but if there's a concern that, for example, option 3 would not have come from the Indigenous community had we consulted the Indigenous community, is it enough to note that in our discussion of the report to sort of satisfy our concerns about the report while allowing us to move forward on its substance? I'm not sure, but I think at some point we need to call the point of order and figure out if we're moving forward and listening to the people that are here tonight, those that wish to speak on it, and acting on one of the three options, which I think staff did present to us in good faith, even if we feel that maybe one of the options would not have come from the Indigenous community itself.
I agree. We need to make a decision as to how we're going to proceed, because we do have a dozen delegations waiting in the wings to speak, and we have to decide what we're going to do here, whether we're going to allow them to speak and speak to the resolution, or are we just going to turn them away tonight? Councillor Hallman.
I just went through the mayor. I just wanted to follow up to Councillor Gerber, but there's always the option to move to consider the rules of the move that we suspend the rules to consider, and that would create the opportunity for that as well.
Councillor Fenning.
I just wanted to point out that, thank you through you, Mayor Armstrong, that the curator and had her hand up and wished to address, I believe, the comments. And as to points of order, I believe the clerk should be able to answer us.
Ms. Locke, you wish to make a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. I just wanted to speak to the comment or question that was posed about removing the statue without, say, the chairs on what the process was. And in the report, there's quite a technical section on what is involved in removing it. And I can share that with the removal, it does affect the concrete pad as a whole. So it wouldn't be something where it could stay intact. So if that was an option that was being discussed, just know that the concrete pad would not stay intact for the removal of just the statue.
Thank you. I see no further questions or comments. Ms. Middleholtz.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. So procedurally, the Township of Wilmot, we are treading on somewhat new territory. So within our procedural bylaw, nothing like this is exactly spelled out. So we, of course, then go to Robert's Rules of Order. So within the options available to council that I am aware of, council can, of course, always defer the report. Council can amend the recommendation. I actually was wordsmithing a couple of things that are possibility for council to consider, depending on the outcome of the discussion, so that that satisfies Councillor Hallman saying that the report not be accepted. Provide further direction to staff, essentially. As for the delegations, I don't believe Robert's Rules of Order specifically address delegations that I'm aware of. My apologies if I'm missing something on that, but these are people who have been waiting with us for 2 hours, who it's maybe not necessarily, as I said, our procedural bylaw doesn't really talk necessarily to the not allowing a delegation who has registered to address council. So it's really, as I said, uncharted territory for us. It would be something that's more of a decorum aspect in my mind, and whether or not we respect the fact that they've been with us for 2 hours. So it's ultimately it's up to council if they want to hear them on this matter or not. The matter is still on the agenda. The matter, even though the recommendation may be changed or simply deferred, the people were still here. They still registered to address the item on the agenda, which is in keeping with our procedural bylaw. Does that satisfy your questions?
Well, we can, if council so desires, we could just go ahead and listen to the delegations, or you can go ahead and put this on the table or defer it, whichever way you want to go. Councilor Gerber?
Yes, thank you through you, Mayor Armstrong. I don't think it would be overly fair to hear from the delegations without dealing with the point of information or the point of order. I'm not sure exactly which one it was. But I think they're going to want to know, are they just speaking hypothetically, and then in an hour or so, based on what we may have heard or not heard, we may or may not consider the report? Or are we moving forward on the point of order and point of information and stopping the discussion now? Or are we in fact confident that we have an option on the table that we feel satisfies our number one need to provide some short-term healing and reconciliation, to provide the rest of the consultations to occur? But I think, we either need a mover and a seconder for that particular motion, so we know and the delegations know, or there isn't such a motion and we consider the report as the agenda, which is.
Councilor Fenning?
Thank you through you, Mayor Armstrong. I believe actually Tracy, oh, now her hand's down. Sorry. I thought she wanted to address. I think usual procedure is to have the report, then we hear from delegations, and then we move and second and carry on with the vote. If we are considering not voting on this report tonight, then I think the delegations are still free, should still be free to address us, as the matter was before council, and out of respect for their time here with us. The clerk had also mentioned potentially amending the recommendation, and I'd like to hear from Councillor Holman if she feels that would satisfy the point of order. And I'd like to hear from the clerk if she feels comfortable making a different recommendation at this time.
Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you through you, Mayor Armstrong. So first of all, I'd just like to go back for a second to point of order. And again, something that's not often used in the Township of Wilmot. That's not really a motion to be disposed of. It is just something that a member calls forward, and then the chair would deal with it and say that it has been received or it has been handled. So really, council does need to do something with this motion, and that is either a deferral or, as I said, a potential amendment. So, as I said, I was sort of preparing something as we were discussing, and a potential amendment that council not accept report number ILS 2020-16, and that staff be directed to immediately consult with the Indigenous community on a location for the statue to be relocated to, and then I stopped having time to type. And then the question that I am unclear on at this point in time is if the amended motion were to say, and to report back on that potential motion, on that relocation recommendation for approval, or for staff to act on the recommendation provided by the Indigenous community. So,
Counsel-
oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. So what we can do to avoid some of the questions that perhaps were raised at our last meeting on July 27th is earlier, one member of council requested that we perhaps take a break at a certain point in time in tonight's meeting to allow for just a break. So what we can do is in that time, I can prepare the motion to the point that I would be able to put it up on screen so that everyone understands exactly what it is that the potential amended motion may look like.
Yes, that was something that was mentioned earlier today to take at 9 o'clock to take a break, take a bio break, and we'll do a 10-minute break. And we'll be back at just before 9:15.
Can the host disable screen share for me, please? Or, sorry, not disable screen share for me, please.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So I think at this point, we should listen to our delegation. Some of them have been sitting and waiting long, and we have heard that they still want to be heard tonight. So I think that's what we should do, is go through the delegations, and then at completion of the delegations, then we can deal with the motion. So the first delegation we have is Dave Atkinson.
Mayor Armstrong, that delegation is no longer waiting in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Next is Mr. Glenn Mather. Welcome, Glenn.
Good evening. I had a slightly different presentation tonight, but I'm going to begin by asking Councillor Hallman, Fenning, and Gordick. You supported the council or the Prime Minister's path financially. You've stood in front of the statues getting your photos taken for photo ops. You invited Kim Campbell to come and see her likeness and see all the statues on the Prime Minister's path. Councillor Hallman, you said in February at a council meeting that this was a wonderful project. Later on, you're going to have to explain yourselves as to why the flip-flop happened in such a short period of time. The statue's been here for 4 years, and all of a sudden now you've changed your opinion on the statues? This is a misnomer to most people in this community, including your own writing. Let me move on to what I was going to present earlier tonight. The Prime Minister's path, I think, is greatly misunderstood. People look at it as a bunch of statues. Most of the conversation by council and the media so far has been reports focused on statues, but not the Prime Minister's path. The Prime Minister's path is so much more than statues. The vision of the project is that it's to be a center for education and leadership. Focus on that word I just said, leadership, folks. Many people think about what leadership is and observe leadership in Canadian history. That's what the focus of this project is. This would include leadership of prime ministers, Indigenous leaders, and people who've left a mark in Canadian history. Leadership is not just political in nature, but includes individuals and groups that affect Canadian history, present and future. Political, yes, economic, social, cultural, and religious. Leaders come from all walks of life and from all parts of Canada. This project is long-term in nature and is basically in its infancy. This is a multi-year educational project that will expand in scope over time. In time, additional signage and plaques would be added. That's part of the plan. A place for mock debates, electronic, printed, and digital resources are to be developed. That has not been talked about in any of these meetings thus far. It's all been about one statue, not about a project for Canada and for this region. The design of the Prime Minister's path is intended to introduce visitors to the path that Canadian history has taken thus far. Educational materials on the Township website were developed through Wilfrid Laurier and Nipissing College at the Brantford Teachers College. This material is for primary grades, and education material will be developed for groups of all ages. The intention is to develop materials that allow Canadians to engage more deeply in Canada's history, to understand the present, and more importantly, Canada's path to a more equitable and inclusive and just Canada. Greatscape and its partners were going to advance the Center of Leadership concept through a symposium in June 2020 this year, and at future events as well. The event was canceled due to the COVID-19 issue and safety concerns. The annual event would include discussions on expansion of education on matters such as Japanese internment, Indigenous issues, and Ukrainian internment, to name a few. Briefly, I'd like to discuss something off the rail for a minute, and that is social media. Personally, I do not engage in any form of social media. However, it is brought to my attention that there have been a rash of condescending and disparaging remarks about the actions and members of the Save Our Statue Committee and township staff. We have been a moderate voice and hope that we can have the opportunity for discussion with those who believe the statue should disappear, but that hasn't come forward yet. We would like to have a conversation, sit down and talk with the other side of this group. We have been called racist, bigots, supremacists, privileged, elitists, and suggestions of bribery. And there are council members on this screen right now who are on a website where that was posted. Do you feel shame? Based on your faces, you don't look like it. You should. It's appalling and shameful that these comments have come to light and have been made in this beautiful township of Wilmot. In conclusion, let me say, decisions made in haste or from an emotional response are usually ones that we all regret. I ask each council member to reflect deeply on the long-term Prime Minister's Path project, not just statues, the project itself. The project is a gift to the citizens of Wilmot, but also to all Canadians. It would be unique in the whole country. Your decision here today requires that each of you search your heart deeply and think very hard about your decision before you move forward. One last comment. When we look at the residential schools, the Mohawk School was given to the Six Nations group, and the people there decided to keep the school. It was theirs to do with it as they wish. They kept it as a museum. A few years ago, they did a fundraiser, and the fundraiser was called Preserve the Evidence. And they've kept the building ever since. It's a wonderful place. Councilors, please raise your hand if you've been there. When, please? When did you visit the school last, please?
It's okay, Glenn, you can carry on.
Okay, I didn't hear a response. Anyway, thank you very much, and I hope you'll think very deeply on the long-term aspects of the Prime Minister's Path project. It is not about statues, it's about history, education, and something we will all benefit from, all Canadians and the Indigenous people. And 2 meetings ago, I asked about, would council be in favor of some space for statues of Indigenous people? Everybody sat there. I heard crickets. Shame on you. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Any questions for Mr. Mathers? Councillor Fanning?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I would just like to address the assertion that members of council run Facebook pages, websites that hosted derogatory comments or disparaging comments. I can't speak for anyone else, but I can speak for myself and say very clearly that I do not. I am part of many groups within Wilmot on social media for the purpose of being engaged with the community.
Democratic Wilmot. Hippocratic Wilmot, but don't say anything.
But that I don't excuse. Now you're calling me a hypocrite? I don't think that's an acceptable way to address council. And I absolutely deny and do not accept these assertions from you.
Thank you, Councillor Fenn.
I'm sorry, I don't think you heard what I said. I did not say you were a hypocrite. I said the Facebook page that I mentioned, your picture was on. That is all I said.
If I
Thank
may,
you, Mr.
through you, Mayor
Go
Armstrong.
ahead. Go ahead.
My picture's in a lot of places. I don't always have control of where it is.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers. We shall continue on with our next speaker. Cheyenne Thorpe.
Excuse me, Mayor Armstrong. The first delegation has advised that he's returned. I have two people that have joined by phone.
Okay.
And I'm not sure which one, if that might be him. If the person with the phone number that ends in 978 could press *6 and identify yourself, please.
Yes, hi, Dave Atkinson. Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect.
Very good.
That's him. Yeah.
Okay, well, perfect. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to address the council. I just wanted to go over a few things. I have not been a long-time listener to the council meetings, but have become interested in it lately with the kerfuffle that's gone on with regards to our statutes. Listening to the debate tonight and the previous one that I listened to, I guess it would be a month ago when this resolution was first passed. It's very interesting, to say the least. Clearly, from the debate back and forth tonight between the councillors, the resolution that was passed previously was not 100% clear. Staff clearly did not completely understand what was being requested, and from my reading of the resolution, I can see why they would not know what they had to do. I've heard many references tonight to the resolution referring to immediate removal of the statute. The resolution does not say immediate removal. The resolution says relocate. So I don't know why we continue to talk about removal, immediate removal, when that is not in the resolution. But I'll let you guys debate that a little bit further. I also wanted to draw attention to a couple of things that have already been alluded to in regards to education. So this project, as already been stated, was started mainly as an educational and historical event or venture. The idea being that people seeing the statues would get an idea of the history of the country, and all is a good thing. I, for one, have learned a lot just because of the fact that this has become an issue. Went into the history of the residential schools and learned a little bit more about that, learned a little bit more about some of the other issues that are facing our Indigenous peoples across the country, and would not have done that had those statues not been there. And I think that's something that we don't want to take away from people. Something else that I was able to dive into as a learning as well is based on the many references in the resolution to the Truth and Reconciliation Committee or Commission report. I went ahead and downloaded a copy of that report and did a quick perusal of the report. And I'd like to bring a couple of things to mind or to point from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission Canada report. First of all, in item 63 in that report, it calls for more education about Indigenous communities and residential schools. To me, having a Prime Minister who was, as the Indian Affairs Minister, responsible for the beginning of the residential schools, this is a perfect, absolutely perfect jumping off spot for that discussion. So to me, keeping the statute is more in line with what the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is going for. Second of all, also in the Truth and Reconciliation report, I believe it's in a little bit further down in the report, it talks about the difference between the different levels of government. There is zero reference in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to municipalities having any action points. So I'm not sure where the township gets this duty of doing making amends for things. Second of all, also in the Truth and Reconciliation item, part 79 calls for integration of Indigenous heritage, not the elimination of non-Indigenous history. So there is no call for removing any history. Further, to hopefully help the staff with the guidelines that are being expected here. I feel very sorry for the staff based on what they were given to work with here. They were not given any indication of who would even be considered for the consultation. So if there is supposed to be consultation, and the resolution definitely refers to that consultation, it should be something that's decided by the council. Who are they going to be consulting with? So I think that's something that needs to be done, and it's not the responsibility of the staff to determine who they should be consulting with. That group should be representative of the entire community, including, of course, the Indigenous community and all other interested parties in the discussion. I guess the other thing I wanted to say, was wanting to ask how many from Wilmot Township, how many Indigenous people from the Township of Wilmot have actually been consulted about this? There's been some question whether or not the main point person from the Indigenous community, who is the one that we see on the media reports, is even a member or even a resident of Wilmot. I don't know that. I have no access to that information, but I'd really like to know how many Indigenous folks from Wilmot have been consulted. So as a wrap up, and I'm sorry if I've gone on, I didn't write these down, I just wrote down little points. This is history. This is Canada's history, and this is history that has warts. We do not have a perfect history. No country does, no people does, no person does. But for us to remove a statue from its place where it belongs in history just because of a wart on our history is the wrong thing to do. And if we want to educate everybody about what happened with these residential schools, then we need to leave that there, make a technology a technology available to let people get more information. We can put one of those QMR codes or whatever they are on the statue, and people can, click on it and get more information about it. I think that is the best thing for us to do, and it's more in line with education, which is, in my understanding of the reading of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report, what they were trying to get through, not removing statues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions for Dave? Seeing none, next delegation is Cheyenne Thorpe.
Again, Mayor Armstrong, we have another delegation that's joined us by the telephone, so I'm not sure if that could be Ms. Thorpe. If the person with the phone number that ends in 315 could identify yourself, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. What's your name?
This is James Spencer. I've actually got a statement from Cheyenne, so I can give that to you now if you like, or I can wait my turn to speak.
We'll continue to go in. Oh.
Ms. Middlehouse.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. With all due respect, Mr. Spencer, if Ms. Thorpe has a statement, she's unable to attend this evening, it would be more appropriate for her to be forwarding that through to us. So it's not, with all due respect, this is not personal to you. Please don't take it that way. So that we can just sort of verify that this is coming from Ms. Thorpe. So it is something that we should be having, as opposed to somebody saying that these are her words. I hope you can understand and my point of view on that.
That sounds entirely fair to me. I think there may be council members who can relay what she said to them, but that's all I have to say on the matter.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll go then to Nancy Briss.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Nancy. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Armstrong and Council for hearing my delegation on this matter. I am presenting here tonight to ask your assistance in the reconciliation process. Many Wilmot residents would like to see Prime Minister's path continue, hopefully within a revolving plan to be even more educational and inclusive of Canada's Indigenous history and population. Hence, a group of interested Wilmot citizens have joined the SOS Save Our Statues Committee. We want to provide a moderate, positive, respectful, and inclusive voice to address the issues of racism and Indigenous history. We feel there is an opportunity to let the statues tell the whole balanced truth about the history of our nation, the good and the bad. We want to embrace and invite our Indigenous brothers and sisters to help tell this history. There is great educational value to having these statues and hopefully Indigenous ones reveal the Indigenous stories in the formation of Canada. I'm appealing to members of the Remove the Statues group to pay particular attention to my words this evening. The following is quoted from an article in the Record on August 13th, 2020 by Gary Wetung, a member of the Record's Community Editorial Board and an Ojibwe man affiliated with the Curve Lake Reserve northwest of Peterborough. He has lived and worked in Waterloo region for many years. The title is Reconciliation Happens Through Dialogue and Truly Listening to Others. In reflecting on the recent protests in our region, I am reminded that much work remains in achieving reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. Listening is about paying attention to what is happening all around us, to hearing others, and processing and understanding what they are saying. But it's also about taking an interest in others' lives and viewpoints, especially if those viewpoints are different from our own. Good listening is behind every example of effective leadership and collaboration, and it almost always leads to greater respect between people. But it can't happen when we prioritize wanting to be right or wanting to be heard. The divisions and conflict that we see in our country and others too suggest a genuine unwillingness to listen, understand, and find common ground with others. Listening is hard work. It demands honesty and truthfulness and empathy that grows out of a genuine love for ourselves and others, regardless of distance and differences. It is rooted in a humility that allows us to be vulnerable, to not have all the answers and to simply want to learn and understand more. It demands courage to be that way, not just when we are ready for it, but when we already have much to think about and feel tired, discouraged, and a little bit beaten down. And listening requires courage when we meet someone who hears our grievances and wants to understand, but doesn't respond the way we would like. We can rush to judgment, we can condemn their efforts, or we can recognize the courage it would have taken them to reach out and ask questions in the first place, and respond with kindness and generosity of spirit. It might sound tired and stale, but the truth is, reconciliation happens through dialogue. It requires a commitment to sharing our perspectives and life experiences in ways that will engage those with other points of view. Respectfully, protests and throwing paint at statues may draw attention, but they will not create dialogue or understanding in and of themselves. Instead, we each need to figure out how we, every person, every school, business, organization, and levels of government can help reconcile and heal the brokenness and divisions of all kinds that exist in our country and commit to doing our part. Learning about the issues behind Black Lives Matter or the concerns of Indigenous people is something we can all do, and we need to do it. We need to get informed and get interested in the needs of others in our community and respond on a personal level, which brings people together so that we can create a truly inclusive community where everyone is valued. Listening helps helping others, taking a personal interest in other people's lives. These are the things that will promote hope and reconciliation for all of us. Gary's Wetung article inspired me to say we need to do this in Wilmot. In doing so, we invite 3 members of the Remove the Statues group to meet with 3 members of the Save Our Statues committee to work together, to listen respectfully to each other, and to talk about our 2 perspectives with the aim to finding common ground. I also reference former Chief Justice of Canada, Beverly McLaughlin, who stated in an address in 2014, reconciliation recognizes the reality that Canada is made up of people of Aboriginal descent, but also people who are descended not just from different European forebears, but from people from all parts of the globe. Whatever our views about that, it is reality and we must accept it. She also quoted Chief Justice Lamer, "Let us face it, we're all here to stay. Reconciliation takes a hard look at what Canada is, differences, divisions and all, and says, for the good of us all, we need to make peace and build a better future." The project of reconciliation, she says, while our best way forward, is not an easy way. It is not a finite task, but a process. Reconciliation requires openness of spirit, endurance, and great patience, but I believe that is worth the effort. Another former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada once famously said, "None of us is going anywhere," by which he meant that Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians must learn to live together, for there is no alternative. How we understand and pursue reconciliation will determine whether we do so in mutual respect and cooperation or mutual distrust and hostility. We are asking Wilmot Township Council to endorse our request and to encourage members of the Remove the Statues group to come to the table in order that we can share our perspectives and respectfully listen to each other. It is through meeting face-to-face, listening to each other, that we want to engage in and promote healing and reconciliation. I'll ask this question now, but I also have a couple of other statements to make. Will each of the councillors acknowledge this request and state right now whether they endorse this request, and also to provide some members of the Remove group with our contact information? We also invite members of the Remove group to contact councillors for our contact information. So in regards to the conversations that were going on, that is the end of my formal presentation. The whole aspect of reducing harm and to Indigenous people, I understand that, and that is something we want to talk about. I think at this time, it's a good time to think outside the box. And my suggestion is to, by thinking outside the box, maybe put Sir John A. Macdonald inside a box. And I'm suggesting putting a nice looking box around Sir John A. so that he's out of sight. And two people, Indigenous, non-Indigenous, can work on a mural around that box. That would be a temporary decision without having to uproot the statue and perhaps do harm to the statue itself, because we don't know in the end, after all this consultation takes place, where it's going to be. And to me, this is, another option. I also think it's that each and every councillor owes it to their ward constituents to be able to have their input and not just the Indigenous members of Wilmot. As Mayor Armstrong said, it is the taxpayers of Wilmot who own the statue. We all need to be consulted. So I'll go back now to my question. Will each councillor acknowledge our request and state right now whether they endorse the request to reach out to members of the Remove the Statue group and indicate that we want 6 of us to come to the table and discuss face to face and be able to, we would like to understand all of their issues, and they need to understand our issues too. And I think I'm finished, but I would like a response from each of the councillors. Thank you, and miigwech.
Anyone wish to respond? Councillor Fenning.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I couldn't agree more that dialogue is truly the basis of reconciliation as I see it. Unfortunately, much of the dialogue that has happened has involved insulting various people, me included. I have been insulted, called various things that don't bear repeating. And I think while it's very much what needs to happen, I cannot force people to come to a table when they feel hurt and they feel attacked. I ran for council, so many people see it as their right to attack me. I don't see that as an acceptable reason to be disrespectful, rude, or any of the other things that I've experienced. But I did run for public office, and so I took the risk that certain people would do that. I have already suffered trauma. It would be very difficult for me to say that I would apply any kind of pressure to them to come to a table where they quite reasonably would be concerned about the kind of treatment they would receive, particularly given the public attacks that have happened, both at this council and on social media and in person. So while I applaud the call to sit down, and I will be happy to provide that contact information and to do whatever I can to facilitate coming together, I would never pressure someone who already feels hurt to sit down in a space where they feel unsafe. So thank you for that offer, and thank you for your words tonight, Nancy. And I will convey that message.
Thank you, Councillor Fisher.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. And thank you, Nancy, for your presentation. I think that's something that we could do probably a little further down the road. Obviously, get some groups together and have some discussion. I think it's a great idea. I also really liked your idea about the boxing. There's so many people in Wilmot Township that are really want the statues to stay. And to me, I think both groups, you'd want to have a goal where people are happy, somewhat satisfied. And I know my thinking was perhaps one of those ways would be to relocate the statue back into the back and cover them up whatever way until consultation's done, whether it's a box, cover, whatever, where it's not offensive to people. So I thought of that idea as well. Anyway, thank you for sharing your ideas, and that's everything. Thanks.
Councillor Gardick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, similar to Councillor Fenning, I'm certainly not going to be in any position to pressure any group of individuals to come to the table. It was part of the original motion for us to pause the Prime Minister's path to have the consultation with various groups within the community, including the Asian community, with regards to the SJAM statue. With regards to the option of a box, I don't think that is a viable option. People will know what's in that box, and it just, I think, leads to more potential for vandalism of the box maybe being destroyed every once in a while or taken apart, and then we got to put a new box. I think the idea just actually having him removed from the property is just, at the moment, that is the most viable option. The Indigenous community has been doing this fight with regards to these particular statues for well over 4 years. And on top of all of that, to force them to the table when we haven't listened to them collectively, we haven't listened to them in that time. And I will reiterate that statues are not history. I'm really kind of getting a bit tired of hearing that statues are history. If they were, they'd be in our classrooms and standing up in front of a classroom with a chalkboard and doing that. And one more, we have never forgotten what Adolf Hitler did, and there are no statues in Germany of Adolf Hitler. So to continually equate a statue with some sort of special healing powers. And the final point is, it's called the Prime Minister's Path. There's been no ever mention of using or putting in Indigenous references within that. And on top of all of that, within the statues themselves, the briefs have not included any Indigenous trauma or healing with regards to the Easter eggs. So as far as I'm concerned, they have never been an educational tool. They have been a place for us to honor our past. And it doesn't actually follow that we have a bad history. So yeah, I'm just, that's it for me. Thanks.
Councillor Holman.
Through the mayor to Ms. Barris, thank you for your delegation this evening. You know, I've had several conversations and shared perspectives. I always have your contact details, and I know many people of the Indigenous community are probably tuning in this evening. And should they accept that offer, I'll be happy to pass on your information. But I ask for reflection on one of those stories that I shared with you about a member of our community who is living extraordinarily trauma. And that was just one. And there are multiple that I shared with you that are very vulnerable. And so maybe now is not the time, but if they reach out to me, I'm happy to pass on your contact details. But truth and reconciliation is definitely a conversation. And as outlined in my motion that was successful, I look forward to that further consultation process that involves many voices at the table.
And Councillor Gerber, you wish to say something?
Yes, through you, Mayor Armstrong. Yeah, I don't think I have a whole lot to add to what our colleagues have said. I appreciate that some contact information will be exchanged, and obviously, if there's a willingness on everyone's side to have those conversations when people are ready to have those conversations, I appreciate the willingness to have them, and certainly those conversations are, as Councillor Hallman alluded to, a big part of the consultation that will be part of the process moving forward. So thank you for your willingness to listen in that process.
Okay, thank you, Nancy.
May I respond, Mayor Armstrong? May I respond or just point out something?
Go ahead.
I don't believe that I use the word force or pressure. Rather, I use the word encourage. And in order for two sides to come to a table, they have to do so willingly. So my aim at this would be to be a totally respectful, no, name calling, no, mudslinging, anything. And that's why I wanted to have a small group of people, because with a small group of people, it can be more intimate, it can be more direct, it can be better listening and better dialogue. That was my thing, is encourage them. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay. So our next speaker is Kate Lang. Welcome, Kate.
Can you hear me?
Can now, yes, thank you.
Okay, lovely, great. Sorry about that. Okay, so I guess the place that I'd like to start is by just addressing the first delegate who spoke to the fact that some of the women on council had appeared in photos addressing the path and what have you. And the irony that he speaks about leadership, because I would like to thank them for their true leadership in recognizing that their previous stance on the Prime Minister's path may have been flawed, and being able to recognize that and make a decision to do what's right and listen to Indigenous voices when they speak about the harm that this pathway causes, particularly this statue of Sir John A. Macdonald. So I would just like to recognize that leadership in this council is about being able to change your mind when presented with new information, and that's what certain members of this council have done, and I'm really proud to have them represent me on council. So that's just my first point. The second would be the third option should not be an option. It's not in the spirit of the motion that was put forward and carried in the democratic process of council. Moving the statue to the back is not what was presented in council. It was supposed to be moved so that it could not create or cause any more harm to Indigenous lives. Indigenous people have stepped up and shared their trauma and done all of this work and all of this emotional labor to demonstrate why this statue is harmful in the public eye. Removing it from the public eye is the only option. It is the spirit in which that motion was carried, and thus that needs to be respected. The fact that the third option is on the table, I think, is the reason why, Councillor Hallman is reluctant to have this motion entered in the way that it is, because or I don't know what you call it if it's not a motion, but the report, it includes option 3, and option 3 should be invalid. So I respect her concerns around that. At the same time, the spirit of the motion was immediate removal or moving of the statue out of the public eye. And so I do think that needs to be respected as well. A process that delays that by any means is not in the spirit in which that motion was intended. Mayor Armstrong, you have committed to fighting for everyone, and Councillor Gerber, you've committed to getting this right. With all due respect, we need you to prove it. Honor the agreement to move the statue out of the public eye and into storage. The estimates for removing this statue are minimal to the taxpayer, 60 cents per person. Had proper consultation occurred by council, these costs could have been avoided. But as Jana Miller said in her open letter to council, not removing this statue stands to cost our little township far more. The transparency that we are owed by council and the administration as the voting and tax-paying public, it stands to cost us our reputation within our community and without it. Our collective vision of being a vibrant, cohesive, and welcoming community, the safety that minority groups like those in my family once felt in our community, people and businesses who no longer feel safe doing business or living with or within our community. You folks have launched a branding exercise for Wilmot Township. And as someone who works in branding and has now authored several articles on brand safety, I find this highly ironic. There is nothing brand safe about option number 3 in this plan. It flies in the face of everything this community says that it wants to be. This is not inclusive. This is not welcoming. This is not in the spirit of reconciliation. There is nothing brand safe about allowing an individual of privilege or several individuals of privilege to direct a donation towards option 3 that suits their viewpoint and their bias. It is salt in the wound of minority groups like the Indigenous folks who have already donated so much in terms of time, effort, education, and emotional labor. They should not also have to donate financially to get us white folk to do the right thing. There is nothing brand safe about Mayor Armstrong maintaining his position of authority on council after his egregious sharing of White Lives Matter content, his subsequent doubling down of why he shared the content, and then the hollow apology that followed. I hate to be blunt, but my frustration with this process has reached its peak. For those who object to moving the statue because of the financial costs of having it moved and stored, I say this: play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Council played a stupid game by not doing the proper consultation or ever properly considering the several refusals by other local organizations of this project, paying to rectify this short-sightedness is our prize. Pay up. We need to do the right thing. This needs to be done. We need to move the statue and then complete the consultation process with Indigenous people as to what should happen with the rest of the Prime Minister's path. That was the intent of the motion. That was what you guys committed to. You need to live up to your promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Our next delegation is Dennis and Pat Mighton. Welcome, Dennis and Pat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. To start by thanking the township staff for all of their work in putting together the 3 detailed proposals for council to consider this evening. And since we haven't yet heard whether this report is being accepted or not, we'll go ahead with our prepared remarks on the basis of the report that we had in our hands when we prepared them. And we did just, of course, when the concern was raised, we took a look at the motion, and it's definitely ambiguous. Certainly, Councillor Hallman is right when she talks about the motion, including reference to consulting with the Indigenous community. But it's also very easy to see how staff could interpret it differently, and that consultation with the Indigenous community is actually step 2 in the process. So it could be interpreted either way. So let's put that on the table to start with. Contrary to the previous speaker, Dennis and I are in favor of option C. That is to relocate the MacDonald statue to a position among the other 4 Prime Minister statues at the back of the township property in Baden. And regardless of the financial implications, this would be our preferred option. The offer of financial support, though, makes it feasible within the strict confines of the motion as it was approved by council on July 27th. The motion states in part that any investment in the Prime Minister's path is to be paused pending consultation until March 2021. So if you take that literally, it would mean that no money could be spent to move the MacDonald statue until next March. So the offer of financial support would provide a way to allow the relocation, and note that that is relocation, not removal, of the statue much sooner than next March, and at no cost to the taxpayers. And I'm going to turn it over to Dan.
Now, that motion stipulated that the statue be moved to a location that does not harm members of the Indigenous community. We have heard the concerns of those who see the MacDonald statue as they drive by on Snyder's Road, or who pass it as they enter the township property. The area behind the township office, where the other Prime Minister statues are located, is not visible to those who are casually passing by. Anyone can freely choose to visit this area, to view the statues, and to learn about their contributions, good and bad, which have made Canada a country that is the envy of many. Or they can choose to avoid this area if the statues cause them distress. Of far greater importance than the short-term location of Sir John or the immediate expenditure of $10,000 or $12,000 of taxpayer money is the long-term future of the Prime Minister's path. That is our primary concern. Here again, we cite the motion approved by Council on July the 27th. The motion calls for expansion of the Prime Minister's path to be paused until the completion of a consultation process by March 2021. We take it on good faith that the consultation process will focus on meeting with First Nations and other groups to determine how best to proceed together with this project, not that the consultation is about deciding whether or not the Prime Minister's path will continue. Lastly, unfortunately, the discussion about the McDonald statue has become divisive and nasty. A group calling themselves Citizens for a Democratic Wilmot seem to feel that it is appropriate to hide behind a cloak of anonymity and snipe at township staff and others. We certainly hope that none of our councillors have any association whatsoever with this clandestine group, and that you will work with township staff to bring a halt to it. We appreciate the calls and emails that we have received thanking us for choosing to speak out about this issue. We find it distressing to hear that many are unwilling or even afraid to make their views known publicly because they fear the disrespectful, intimidating words and actions of some of the protesters. How unfortunate that this issue has caused things to deteriorate to this point here in our Wilmot Township. Thank you.
That was where we had ended our prepared remarks, but I would like to comment on something that the previous speaker said, and that was to attack our mayor. How can we have a civilized government, people representing us at the township, when they are attacked in that way? Certainly the mayor was the first to admit that he made an error. We recognize that. He apologized. He has apologized publicly, and many of us have chosen to forgive him so that we can move on together. So I find it really disturbing to hear people come to a council meeting and attack the mayor in that way. But what I find even more disturbing is that none of you, nobody sitting there in your own homes, spoke out to say that that was a point completely out of order. It shouldn't be up to the mayor to have to say that. He's chairing the meeting, so it's a very difficult thing for him to do. But I just find that totally disrespectful, and I wonder how can our government carry on when we have people making those kind of remarks at a township council meeting? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Our next delegation is Amy Koslevich.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Amy. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for their time tonight. It's been a rather long night for all of us involved, but thank you for allowing us to speak, even though there seems to be some confusion about the last motion. So I do first off want to thank the staff for their diligent and hard work in preparing the report and their endeavors to interpret what the actual amendment was accurately. So I would be very interested in hearing and seeing that the amendment to tonight's, should you so choose to amend the report, etc. I would love to see an accurate reporting of exactly what that means, so that, as others have also suggested, it would be clear to everyone, including council. So I also want to second the last presenter's comments in regards to disparaging remarks about past events from council members, etc. I personally don't agree with this. I think we need to look at the current situation. What's done is done. Things are in the past. There's nothing that we can currently do to affect change with that. And I do think it is both inappropriate and disrespectful to make comments like that to any of our council members. So I also want to address Kate's post or Kate's comments about, about white privilege or privileged individuals. I would say that that's offensive personally. to myself, and I'm sure many others, and also inappropriate and judgmental, because no one has any idea how much people may have contributed or may not have contributed to their, the support of the path. And I think it's, again, appropriate, offensive, and judgmental of people to make comments like that. And I find it rather insulting to be called privileged, because you don't know anything about me, nor do you know anything about those people who have pledged their hard-earned dollars, their products and or services as business people in the area. So please refrain from making comments like that in the future to anyone. As for Ms. Fenning's comments about the Indigenous people having experienced trauma, I have no qualm with that. I absolutely agree that they have, time and again. Unfortunately, members of the supporters for the path have also experienced trauma. We've covered some of this in the past. I personally have been called out online, libelously being labeled with my full name online, stating that I'm a racist, with a picture of my 6-year-old daughter dressed up in a Pocahontas costume, because she idolized Pocahontas at the time when the Disney movie came out over 10 years ago. So we have also been reluctant to speak up and have a louder voice, because we have also been traumatized by these people. So, we're trying to come to some kind of solution together. And I think that both sides, both parties need to refrain from insulting and disparaging remarks, both online to people who support the path and counselors and everyone else involved. I just have to say that I really think that comparing Adolf Hitler to Sir John A. Macdonald is rather inaccurate, because I'm pretty sure that Sir John A. Macdonald did not order 6 million Jews to be systematically executed. So I think that that's a little bit of an exaggeration. I understand trying to draw that parallel, but I don't think it applies here. So my actual statement for tonight is that I'd like to start off by saying I feel it's a great misconception that those who support the Prime Minister's path are condoning harm to others that might find the project offensive. The large majority of those who would like to keep the project here agree that they do not wish harm upon anyone who is offended by the figures or the history that they may represent. The large majority of supporters know that there is a solution to be had that addresses the needs of those who might be harmed, the needs of those who enjoy the path and would see the project continue, as well as the needs of the tax-paying voters of Wilmot Township. The only way to come to a solution is for those who simply make demands to be prepared to explore different options for solution through constructive discussion. Those who make demands do not take into consideration the lengthy amount of time and resources that are required to explore the most agreeable and efficient options for all parties involved. Demands are made by those who have no care for others' opinions, feelings, rights, or the practical matters that must be addressed in situations like this. There are many taxpayers and supporters in both Wilmot Township and elsewhere who are exploring and discussing possible options that address the potential harm the path may cause. They are researching and looking into how the figures continue to support and further educate visitors about our history of leadership in Canada and address the reconciliation's calls to actions regarding education. They are open to solutions that meet the needs of all parties involved. They are willing to work with council to bring options and solutions to the table for consideration by everyone. The moving of the figure to the rear of the property on the path with the rest of the project is a viable option. The figure would no longer have a prominent position on a busy main street where it may potentially cause harm to those who have no option but to use this roadway. The statue can easily be placed with the others in a position where it would no longer be visible to those who may find it causes harm to them when they are required to visit the township offices. The placement of the figure in the rear of the property addresses the issue of potential harm to those who cannot possibly avoid seeing it. It also addresses costs to the taxpayers of Wilmot and the burden on council and their staff to make a hasty decision that may not be the optimal solution for anyone. Those who demand a hasty decision are inconsiderate and ill-informed of the process required to undertake a task such as this. When the figure is moved to the rear of the property, one must purposefully choose to view it. Many thoughtful decisions must be made before one could be inadvertently harmed by the figure in this new location. One must drive down a low-traffic residential side street. One would have to park their vehicle, get out of their vehicle, and walk into the path. One would have to purposefully and deliberately seek out the new location of the figure in order to view it, whether they drove to the path or were simply walking through it. This amounts to one purposefully and deliberately choosing to inflict harm upon themselves And I would question why anyone would choose to purposefully expose themselves to something which they find harmful when this option would truly make it an effort to do so. This option also allows both residents and the many tourists that I see on a daily basis to have a choice to view the statues and learn about Canada's history and leadership. This option is inclusive as it provides everyone with a choice. Please bear in mind that your choice as council members will have a direct result on the choices of voters and taxpayers in Wilmot at the next election. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So just to address Amy, it may seem a bit hyperbolic, but yes, while there may not be 6 million Jewish people that Mr. MacDonald was responsible for, he was responsible for a mass genocide of the Indigenous population at the time that he was Prime Minister, as well as enslaving the Asian population, and instrumental in starting the residential schools, which also led to the death of a lot of Indigenous people. So while it may seem that it's not fair to compare, the time that we had Mr. Hitler and the time that we had Mr. MacDonald, yes, we're different, but the killing of Indigenous people is no less traumatic and hurtful than those that were killed during World War II. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further questions or comments. Amy, thank you very much for your presentation. Next, we have a video from Mary Eileen McClear.
Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Mary Eileen McClear and I live in Baden. The issue we're discussing this evening is only one of the many issues that you deal with as Wilmot's Township Council, but it's probably the one which has taken the greatest amount of your time and the highest toll on your physical and emotional well-being. I sincerely thank you for all that you have done and all that you continue to do. At this point, I'm disheartened, as perhaps you are. The whole issue of the statue is one which could have opened our eyes and minds to the immense task of reconciliation and what it, in its many forms, could look like in an enlightened Wilmot. But that has not happened. The issue has become a narrow, too often nasty argument about what to do with a piece of public art. We, on both sides, have failed to listen to the views of others with open minds and hearts. We have failed to look for points of intersection from which cooperation and collaboration could begin. We have clung to our ideas as right and the ideas of others as wrong. I think we all agree that true reconciliation must go far deeper than just the removal of a statue. My fear is that we have developed tunnel vision, and that whatever action is taken on the statue issue, people holding one opinion will feel that they have won, and people holding another opinion will feel that they have lost. And worse, all will feel that that's the end of it. The matter is settled. The concept of winners and losers leads to ongoing hard feelings and division. Those will not only harm the community, but will sour people on future attempts at action towards actual local reconciliation. What we have needed from the start is dialogue and compromise. In previous letters, I've tried to communicate that thought in the way that I know best, through traditional stories and proverbs that have spoken truth to many generations of people around the world. But perhaps society has forgotten how to listen to the old wisdom. As a public storyteller for more than 30 years, I learned the power of stories and storytelling. And I also learned what happens when stories are not allowed to be told or are not heard. There's even a story about that. It's an ancient folk tale which tells about stories which were collected and hoarded and kept away from the people until eventually they broke free to wreak havoc on those who would have kept them untold. It's my personal opinion that Indigenous stories, which have been untold for far too long, should be told alongside the complete, informed stories of Sir John A. and the other prime ministers. I feel the township has shown good faith on the way to reconciliation by agreeing to move the statue from its place of prominence. Good faith on the part of others truly working toward the larger issues of reconciliation could be to agree to its presence on the Prime Minister's path. That location, which is out of sight of Baden's Main Street and of the entrances to the township offices in Castle Kilbride, is in essence an outdoor museum, which one enters by choice. My opinion is shared by some and not shared by others, including some of my friends. You have heard impassioned arguments and opinions from township residents and many outsiders. These have been voiced at council meetings, in the letters and phone calls that have bombarded you, and on social media. You'll hear more of the same tonight. It would be hard for you not to have made up your minds by this point, but your job is to continue to listen openly to all that is offered. The job of the rest of us, the citizens of Wilmot, is to listen to each other. On August 13th, Gary Wetong, who is an Ojibwe, wrote an editorial which was printed in the record. It was titled, "Reconciliation Happens Through Dialogue and Truly Listening to Others." In it, he says, and I quote, "Good listening is behind every example of effective leadership and collaboration, and it almost always leads to greater respect between people. But it can't happen when we prioritize wanting to be right or wanting to be heard." End quote. Social media comments are ample proof that respect is far too often lacking in exchanges between those who hold differing views. Perhaps that's because it's much easier to make accusations, call names, speak in anger from a distant social media platform. We do not speak that way to our neighbors face to face. Huitong goes on to say that when we speak with someone who doesn't respond the way we would like, we can rush to judgment and condemn their efforts, or recognize the courage it takes for someone to speak at all and respond with kindness and generosity of spirit. We have a long way to go in hearing the voices of Wilmot's Indigenous and non-Indigenous people talking together, not talking at each other, but actively engaging in dialogue. Perhaps designating a place such as the Prime Minister's path, balanced by an Indigenous healing path, would bring stories out into the open and allow them to be heard. But for such a designation or decision to be made, true dialogue between Indigenous and non-Indigenous citizens of Wilmot must take place, and such dialogue has not. True dialogue among non-Indigenous citizens of Wilmot, some of whom support or disdain the statues for reasons often having nothing to do with reconciliation, must also take place, and such dialogue has not. It is not too late for the dialogue to happen now. One way would be to enlarge the mandate of the consultation process, which has already been approved, so that it seeks out the thoughts of both Indigenous and non-Indigenous citizens of Wilmot Township. You are our leaders in this, and like it or not, the success or failure of how this is viewed in the future falls to you. You can help our township take a first step on the path not just to reconciliation, but also toward healing the rifts and disharmony which have erupted in our communities. Your duty is to all of the people of Wilmot. It is up to you to stop, take a step backward, and begin now to facilitate the true dialogue which will allow cooperation and collaboration. In this way, you can set the township on a path forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Robert Roth.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Robert. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Some weeks ago, Council passed a motion to engage in a consultation process with Indigenous people. The motion cited 2 studies that rejected statues. Notably missing from the motion was a study carried out by the City of Kingston that came to the exact opposite conclusion. Consequently, I feel obliged tonight to bring that Kingston study into the open because it's very significant. Over an 18-month period, the City of Kingston engaged in a consultation process with both Indigenous and non-Indigenous members of the public about what to do with their statue of Sir John A. Macdonald. That process included workshops, public events, and open houses, perhaps one of the most extensive and all-inclusive consultation exercises ever undertaken by a municipal government on Indigenous issues. That process concluded that the statue of Macdonald should not be taken down. Instead, the city will install a new plaque providing a more balanced picture of Macdonald's role in history. What you may not know is that this recommendation to keep the statue was not a product of white privilege or systemic racism, but rather it came directly from a certified Indigenous consulting firm that includes some of the best Indigenous minds in the country. That firm is known as the First Peoples Group, and I would ask that my first graphic be put up at this time. Founded in 2006 on the principle of reconciliation, First Peoples Group has become recognized as the most trusted Indigenous advisory firms in Canada. Next graphic, please. It is a certified Aboriginal business, certified by the Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business. My third slide, please. I would like to introduce Council to some of the bright, insightful members of this Indigenous company. The first photo, top row left, is that of the firm's president, Guy Friedman. He is a 5th generation Métis from Flin Flon, Manitoba, with roots dating back to 1812 in the Red River area. Because your motion refers to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, you will be impressed to know that Mr. Friedman was a senior advisor to that Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Hence, he knows what it takes to bring about reconciliation, and it is not by pitting one group against another and tearing down historic works of art. Next is Nigan Oswakshin, a vice president and partner. She is Saulteaux of the Anishinaabe Nation. and has worked in policy, research, and strategic advisor roles for numerous Indigenous organizations, such as the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, Native Women's Association of Canada, and the Assembly of First Nations. Next is Melissa Hamill, another vice president. She is also Anishinaabe and has more than 15 years of experience working with urban Indigenous communities in the creation of high school enrichment programs, cultural camps, and social enterprises. Next to her is Brenda McDougall, a partner and senior education consultant of mixed Native and Scottish heritage. She is the author of several articles on Métis life and is considered one of the foremost scholars on Métis history. In 2010, she was appointed chair of Métis research at the University of Ottawa. Next up on the bottom left is David Turner, vice president and partner. He is of Saulteaux heritage and also of African-American descent. Among other things, for 6 years, he served as a director on the Aboriginal Healing Foundation, which was responsible for distributing funding to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities for residential school healing. Next to him is Vanessa Watts, a senior associate of Mohawk and Anishinaabe heritage. She is an assistant professor in the Department of Sociology and the Indigenous Studies program at McMaster University, where she teaches in the areas of contemporary Indigenous issues, residential schools, Indigenous sovereignty, Indigenous knowledge, and methodologies. Beside her is Patrick Kelly, a senior advisor who is a member of the Kamel First Nation in BC. Among other things, he was advisor and director of the Missing Women Commission of Inquiry. Next is Fred Kelly, a senior advisor. He is an Ojibwe elder in Midowin, the Sacred Law and Medicine Society of the Anishinaabe. He is Grand Chief Emeritus of the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty Number 3 and serves as spiritual advisor to First Nation leadership in Canada, including the Assembly of First Nations and Chiefs of Ontario. And there are more introductions I would like to make, but time simply does not permit me to do so. I hope, however, that I have made my point, namely that some of the most dedicated, committed, leading lights of the Indigenous community from coast to coast are part of this First Peoples group. They have years of experience in and service to the Indigenous cause. And they are telling you that taking down statues is not the only way to go. In short, members of council, the unrepresentative loud voices that show up here meeting after meeting with their message of destruction do not speak for all Indigenous people. Do not let yourself be manipulated by angry and bitter voices. Instead, listen to the quiet, more reasoned voices. Know with certainty that there are strong, dedicated, sincere Indigenous voices out there who would guide you onto a better, more conciliatory path. It's time to listen to the sage counsel of these wise, distinguished Indigenous leaders. You've also heard the loud voices telling you that the statues at best should be shut away in some corner of a museum. This too has been rejected by the thoughtful Indigenous lights of the First Peoples group. One of their other recommendations is to market Kingston, and I quote, as a museum without walls, a museum without walls, by connecting all of its statues, monuments, and heritage sites into an integrated experience. In other words, don't knock down the statues, don't hide the statues, connect them, turn them into a comprehensive public educational experience. But herein is the profound irony. You already have such a museum without walls in the Prime Minister's path. And yet there are those seduced by the angry voices who would destroy it. Council, it's time to challenge the elephant in the room. The biggest false premise being perpetuated in this whole debate is that removing the statue of MacDonald is the only way to satisfy Indigenous concerns. As the First Peoples group has demonstrated, this is simply not true. And it is time to remove the elephant before it tramples on one of the most insightful and aesthetically powerful history projects in the nation. Your constituents have spoken in letters, in petition, and with their wallets in favor of the Prime Minister's path. Most significantly, perhaps, you also have well-reasoned guidance from Indigenous leaders who are clearly among the most talented and outstanding in the nation. And they are telling you that such statues do not necessarily create harm and trauma that we hear so much about from the angry voices. Properly scripted, these statues can in fact be a vehicle for reconciliation. Harm and trauma occur when people attack your statues, commit criminal acts of vandalism, occupy your parks, and denounce everyone who disagrees with them as racist. That, Councillor Gordick, is how you hijack a process, not by generously donating a gift of money to the township, for heaven's sakes. And comparisons to Hitler, please. And everyone has missed the mayor's point. Your motion to relocate the statue disenfranchises everyone in the township who is not Indigenous. That is a betrayal of public trust, the likes of which I have never seen in 10 years as a municipal councillor. When a minority can disenfranchise the majority, that is the very definition of tyranny. Shame on you. For any open-minded person, the choice is clear and obvious. The Prime Minister's path can become one of the most effective vehicles for bringing about reconciliation through a keener understanding of our multifaceted history. And as some of you seem to be willing to let that opportunity slip through your fingers, please don't do that. On that note, Your Worship, I relinquish the floor. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Robert. I see no questions.
That doesn't surprise me.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Ruth Abernathy.
How's that? Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Ruth.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. To councillors, to you through the mayor. I just would offer a small premise that these were ideas put together. I follow a number of Canadian history stories all the time. So the fact that I'm not following on Facebook and I'm not following the minutiae of procedure for this John A or my other John A or projects in general, I speak to you from the standpoint of concepts, and I'll read what I've prepared and wish you all the best. Before I began sculpting in my own studio, I spent 20 years building props for theater and film across Canada and in the States. Collaboration was essential in addressing challenges on camera and on stage, but often fine minds disagreed on the solutions to problem, hence the phrase, when in doubt, go back to the script. The mandate, the script that's guided the Prime Minister's portrait collection, includes scrutiny of leadership. And in this role, councillors, I thank you for navigating the complexities of the project on behalf of the people, all people of Wilmot. You are here and you represent our voices, no matter what personal viewpoints you hold. The effort that's being demanded from each of you in this is significant, and the solutions presented by your fine minds do vary. Be assured that the script behind this portrait collection holds no intention to shame anyone or deny any aspect of their story. But telling a one-sided, incomplete story is simply inadequate. And so what I can offer is to sculpt 3 Indigenous portraits as a start to completing a historic narrative. I would sculpt these characters as generously sized head studies, and I request that the subject selection be led by qualified Indigenous participants in the consultation process. The usual discussions and approvals would be done in step with consultation in the curatorial process, exactly as it's done for all of my portraits. I made this same offer nearly 5 years ago to a well-connected group that was based outside of Ontario. Because early in my solo practice, I realized that Indigenous portraits, like portraits of women, were difficult, virtually impossible to summon, and as challenging to launch. Commissions don't spring organically from marginalized groups, but stopping arts endeavors in any time period does not eradicate need. All societies represented by their councils must balance actions and intentions between immediate need and long-term objectives. Face-to-face truths are as valid as long-term goals, but by definition, reconciliation is the process of aligning different points of view. Notice that the word agreement does not appear. In this moment, I ask that everyone draw a breath and be assured that no one will be declared wrong. No points are being tabulated and no winner will be declared. This is not a political debate in that sense. And I ask that we not confuse winning with success. I'm working on a project that has a South African contingent, and I was advised that the reconciliation process there was granted the legal clout to subpoena input from anyone. So everyone who was involved could be summoned to meet face to face as a part of the reconciliation process. The Canadian reconciliation was structured entirely differently. It was more like a class action suit. So when all was said and done, individuals who were linked to scrutiny and the unfolding of the stories of residential schools could opt out of that high-profile public process that in fact proved to be a heart-rending exercise in exposing trauma. Intergenerational trauma has rightfully demanded attention and been given excellent research. The resulting therapies consistently return to the liberating and empowering act of telling the story. We can all declare that we have learned much about our Canadian story in the last 10 years. And I share a phrase that I heard quite recently. It's time to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Personal comfort and personal discomfort have a place in this conversation. And I acknowledge that with all sincerity. But this frustrating catalytic project can outlast us all. And I am honored to contribute an additional element of Indigenous portraits to the collection. Here in Wilmot, we can offer the broadest possible presentation of leadership as conducted before our time, as demonstrated right here this evening, and hopefully as representative of us all for generations to come. Take a deep breath. My salute to all of you. Best of success with constructive steps forward. Thank you to all through the mayor.
Thank you, Ruth. And I'm seeing no questions, so thank you, Ruth. The next speaker is James Spencer. Ms. Murray?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. I would just like to confirm that Councillor Fleming is indeed participating in the meeting. She has shut her video off because of internet connectivity issues, but she has confirmed that she is still participating in the meeting.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Spencer.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yes, welcome, James.
Thank you. I can't be the only delegation who completely scrapped my prepared statement tonight. I must say, council sounded very confused for the first part of the meeting. And this is your job, so you can imagine how confusing it is for me, a layman. Although it's starting to feel like a part-time job now that I'm speaking to you for the third time. I came in confused to begin with because it sounded like a motion was being voted on that had already been decided democratically on July 13th. The Indigenous community members, particularly Laurie Campbell and Cheyenne Thorpe, who spoke before you several times were very clear that the statues are causing harm as long as they're in public view. I feel like this is a Groundhog Day movie, like with the calls for dialogue. And I don't blame members of the community for being too exasperated with this process to participate any longer. How many times are we going to go over the exact same arguments? How many times should we have to be told that we are disrespectful, that we are all angry and bitter, that we aren't listening, and that we want to erase history, when we have repeatedly addressed those claims? Keeping the statue in public is disrespectful. The statue erases history by presenting a whitewashed image. The Save Our Statue group is not listening when they continue to argue that bronze statues do not amount to a celebration of their subjects. The mayor and Councillor Gerber stressed that we need to hear from the community tonight. And yet, as I said, tonight's conversation is exactly the same as the last two meetings we had about this. We already voted to remove the statue, and to have the whole conversation all over again just because it didn't go the way some people want, it kind of sounds illegal. When, I was validated in this view when Councillor Hallman called a point of order about tonight's motion. I think she was totally right to say so, because the new motion just ignores the old one, and that doesn't sound like it conforms to any set of rules that make any kind of sense. And I'm just a cartoonist, but with my cartoonist level of understanding of council procedures, I thought that a point of order was supposed to trigger a vote. So I would like to ask for 2 points of clarification before I say anything further, because I'm deeply confused about what the point of this meeting is. The first point of clarification is, what are you all voting on tonight? Because the mayor said that you're going to be voting on the motion, even though Councillor Hallman raised a point of order. And the other point of clarification I would like to ask is, isn't a point of order supposed to trigger a vote? Is that not how it works?
Ms. Meadowholz?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Mr. Spencer, yes, I can understand the difficulty in understanding certain aspects of procedural bylaws, as well as rules of order and whatnot. Point of order or point of information, those are not motions that trigger a vote. They are used when a member of the board or of the council wish to draw attention to something that they feel is not in order. And it is the role of the chair to note that, and to either correct it, or to decide that something is in order and to proceed. So it's not a motion that somebody votes on. It's a little different.
Okay, and the mayor is the chair, is that right?
That is correct.
And did he do that?
We haven't got to that point yet.
So it doesn't have to happen right away. It can happen at any following point?
I would say correct. Usually things are dealt with quickly, but this was not necessarily what I would call a typical point of order or point of motion. Just bear with me, please.
No, sorry, I don't mean to be...
Yeah. So what's usually a point of order, a point of information, doesn't introduce debatable topics on the motion. It's more about decorum or conduct or something of that line is typically what it is more used for. Or if so that would be how I've always heard of it being used. So it's slightly different.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, then the mayor is going to say whether or not Councillor Hallman's point of order stands. or there's going to be a vote on whether or not the point of order is valid?
There won't be a vote on the point of order because that's not how it's dealt with.
Okay.
As I said, this was not a typical point of order because it introduced debatable topics more akin to a amendment to the motion or a request for a deferral of the motion. So, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to Councillor Hallman, and in no way is that my intention whatsoever. I'm not 100% sure she used the quite the right terminology to introduce her concerns with the report and with the motion. We didn't have an opportunity to discuss this before the meeting, so I don't know sort of her thought process and her rationale on that. So I'm not saying that she's wrong. I'm just saying it's not how I'm used to a point of order or a point of motion being introduced. So whether or not the mayor is going to say whether or not her point of order is sorry, I've lost my train of thought there. It is valid
but
or
he's
not.
going to say that whether it's valid or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to do that. We're not at that point yet.
And then,
as I said,
right, and then and he did say there would be a vote though. So does that mean that you will then be voting on the motion that was presented tonight?
So as for a vote, it would be based on the discussion that has occurred thus far. It sounds like council is considering more of an amendment to the motion. I have created, I've prepared something that they will consider as to whether or not that's what they want to do, or they can go ahead and vote on the motion as is, and it can be either deferred or defeated.
Okay, thank you. I guess that gives me some direction on what I need to say next, which is that I just think it's completely unconscionable that the motion would include option 3 from the report, which would keep the statues in public, because it was all, through the consultation process of these meetings where Indigenous people told you that keeping the statues in public is not acceptable. Then, as people have previously said, and as we have talked about many times, keeping the Sir John A. Macdonald statue in public is not in keeping with the. It doesn't follow the spirit of the motion that was already passed on July 13th. And I thought immediately meant immediately, and I think everyone's a little frustrated that it's almost 6 weeks later and immediately has not come yet. And yeah, that's all I got tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, James. No questions. We have a final speaker, Mr. Harrison Rees. Welcome, Harrison.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I had actually sent through or passed through a written statement to council, and I thought it was only going to be read tonight, and not necessarily by me. I just wanted my voice to be heard. I have it here. I can try and read it through. I was just about to call it a night, but okay. If you guys want to listen to me, I appreciate it.
While you're here, you might as well proceed.
Okay. I wrote this on Saturday, and I was reading in the Waterloo Record when I decided to write it. I said, today in the Waterloo Regional Record, a printed story to relocate the Wilmot Sir John A. Macdonald statue. To me, it shows a clear case of vandalism overpowering the law and order. I've been upset about the vandalizing, and I'm ad-libbing to my write-up as I go along here. It shows minority rule and our elected officials' lack of leadership. I don't want to make that a personal thing. It's just showing that nothing has got done about the vandalism. The monument belongs to the people in the area, and it should have been protected. Why there was no security, especially after the first attack? Where are the pictures and the videos of the vandals? Why don't we have that? We are now looking at thousands of dollars in expense because our elected officials have failed in a responsibility to take care of our monuments. As for the possible reasons on the act, the history denying the history and, excuse me, I've got a dry throat here, and denying the historical facts does not alter the facts. Macdonald and has had major accomplishments. The father of a confederation, the creation of Canada itself, and he's had a lot of bad personal traits. And of course, we all do. However, in the residential schools, Macdonald wasn't necessarily the leader in that. And or Prime Minister Trudeau has already taken care of that instance, and with the leader of the and the instigator of the schools, and removed his name in Ryerson. I'm ad-libbing as I go here. I'm sorry. To that end, Macdonald has his faults, and I'm going to quote a quote that I heard many years ago. We have to be, in order to move forward, we have to be willing to bear the weight of our unreconcilable past. And the day of personal and historical accountability has arrived. And that's what you're looking at right now. You're the one that's in the vote, and it's all lying on your shoulders. I made other statements here that it's getting late, and I'm getting tired. And the issue with the residential schools and Trudeau having done the best he could about it on the person that really did create the schools, I think that's done. Why are we beating up on Macdonald for the residential schools again and again? He's just a prime minister. He signs it. He's the boss. It doesn't mean he invented it. It was started off as a boarding school idea. It was going to institute education into the Aboriginal group. They had a good idea. They just had a bad bunch of people doing the job. Anyway, I don't think anybody has any real questions for me, but if they do, I try and answer them. I just wanted to vent.
Thank you, Harrison.
Thank you.
And no, I don't see any questions for you. So we go back to the motion, and we should take the time to make it clear that the original motion, as it was passed, did not specify where the statue was to go, and it wasn't staff's prerogative to make that decision as to where it goes. So what they decided was that in order to respond to that, they needed to come up with the alternatives and the costs, because as it was thought that staff could move the statue into a location and that wouldn't cost us any money. The fact is it takes a specialized group of people, of which there's only 2 or 3 companies in Ontario that can do that work. And staff reached out, contacted them to find out what the cost is, because as I think as Ms. Abernathy would have provided information as to what it takes to move and locate and also to relocate the statues and what is required. So that's the reason for this report tonight, is because it's not staff's responsibility to make a decision on something that has those costs attached to it. So that's why that's here. Councillor Gerber. I am. You're still muted, Councillor Gerber.
Yeah, we're here this evening considering the report, or considering the report generated from the motion that was passed on July 27th, which contains sort of 2 main elements. One, the idea that the Prime Minister's Path project is paused. And second, that the Sir John A. Macdonald statue be relocated to a location that does not do harm to the Indigenous community. At that point, there'll be a lengthy consultation process on the long-term future of the Prime Minister's Path. So the decision we're making tonight does not make the path any more or less paused. And I think a lot of people have dug in their heels and gritted their teeth about the short-term location of Sir John A. Macdonald. And I don't believe that the decision we're making tonight, as I mentioned, makes the path any more or less paused. Whether Sir John A. Macdonald is put into storage, either of township ownership or a rental facility, or John A. Macdonald is moved with the rest of the prime ministers, does not preclude the outcome of what the consultation process will be. And I think it's important to sort of keep that in mind and not to dig in our heels over this short-term decision we're making tonight. I know when I was learning how to work the fields on our family farm growing up, when you started in a new land, you needed to sort of have a straight line in your field. And I was instructed to keep my eyes on the horizon, find a spot at the far end of the field and align the tractor and the implement with that line. And that if you started to look down right where your wheels were going, you were just going to end up with a really crooked, working of your field. And to me, the long term, the eye that we're looking at right now is healing and reconciliation. That to me should be our long-term goal in what we're considering this evening. And I think keeping our eyes focused on that, not focused 2 feet in front of us, not where Johnny Macdonald sits in 2 weeks from now, but rather how do we get to the point where we can have a proper discussion, a civilized discussion. How do we get the air? How do we get the space to show some goodwill and have that discussion? Because I'm not encouraged that we're heading in that direction currently. And I think we need a step to provide us some air and provide us some space to do that. And I think leading with grace and empathy has led me to believe that the statue needs to be removed. I'm in favor of the option of putting it into storage because long-term, it's about healing and reconciliation. It's about acknowledging and hearing the voices that we have heard. It doesn't make the project any more or less paused, but I think we need to begin the process of healing and reconciliation and understanding that, yes, we have been listening and we do need to listen long-term, and that's a short-term step that I think helps establish an atmosphere for the meaningful long-term discussion to take place. And if that also means that we need to somehow acknowledge or strike that option 3 should not have been in the report tonight, as has been mentioned, I think by several people this evening, I'd be certainly in favor of that step as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So I agree with Councillor Gerber is that this is obviously there's been a lot of back and forth. This is like how many meetings with regards to the particular statute. And I don't want to lose sight of the fact that our main goal is the pausing so that we can have proper reconciliation. However, in the short term, removing John A, I don't find that Councillor Hallman's motion was ambiguous. I think the staff maybe, I'm trying not to be disrespectful, but I'm thinking that the difference between front lawn of township and back lawn, I think is a bit of a stretch. And with all of the people that have been saying that we put him in with the rest of the statues, there are people perhaps who walk around on the back of Livingston Drive or whatever the street is behind the township who would maybe perhaps want to walk through that park and his statue would still be there. So because it's hidden behind some trees on the main street of Baden doesn't mean he's going to be hidden from sight from the people walking around the park. So I don't even think that that option should have been there, which is why I believe that Councillor Hallman's original concern and calling a point of order with regards to the initial report is that option 3 should not have been there. And as we are having to be dictated by option 3 for those people that want to pay to have it, I think goes against, again, as I mentioned, I think it's unethical. Council should not be told how to spend funds. If those people are fully in wanting to help and not pay tax dollars, then the money should be used forever which way we want to do with the statues. So I, like Councillor Gerber, am looking to hopefully get a resolution tonight. And I think option 2 is our most viable option in order to get rid of this trauma and to not have to go through another council meeting so that people have to relive this over and over and over again. Thank you.
Councillor Fisher.
Yes, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I found Councillor Hallman's notice of motion very confusing, to have immediate removal, but then also have the consultation. And I can really understand how staff were quite confused with all that. I really did like the idea, like I very much respect the issues that the Indigenous and local peoples have with the John A. Macdonald being located at the front of the street. And the way I hope the way I voted the motion last week or the last meeting showed that I do respect that. I wanted to bring calm to the township by voting that way, and I think it did, especially everything we've experienced in 2020. And I was hoping to move forward with the consultation process, but I think we all come to meetings like this with preconceived thoughts. And to me, I wanted to have people where they could look at both sides. My thoughts were to try and come to some compromise where all parties would be somewhat satisfied. There's a huge amount of people that are really want to keep the statues here. And I really felt that moving number 3, moving them back and perhaps cover them until the consultation process is over. There'd be a lot less chance of damage for the statue. And to me, it would be showing Indigenous people that we care and we're trying to make amends here. And yeah, so anyway, that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you. Mayor Armstrong, I believe actually that the clerk has her hand up, and I think we need to hear from her first.
If you wish, yes. Ms. Middleholtz.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong, and thank you, Councillor Fenning. So it's just a procedural matter of the fact that we are now past 11 o'clock, and we just have to do that quick little motion to say that we are going to continue business after 11 o'clock. And also there are a number of matters that have been deferred for 3 meetings in a row. And so I would ask if whether or not council wants to consider that we are just going to continue through and dispose of all business on the agenda this evening rather than deferring them again, other than the time sensitive ones. So for if we could have that quick motion and vote from council, please.
So motion to continue, Councillor Gerber, Councillor Holman, all in favor? Very good, carried. Okay, Councillor Fanning.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. And to respond to Ms. Meadowholz, again, yes, I am very much in favor of ensuring that we dispose of all matters before us this evening and not break until we're done. I think on this matter, I am very much concerned that we not inadvertently get ourselves into hot water by having a report that didn't meet the motion. Also am very much not wanting to see action on this still deferred any further. I see, I think that all of us on council, well, a number of us have spoken very clearly that we see the temporary relocation of the Sir John A. statue out of sight to be the key to creating some calm where we can have productive, respectful dialogue. And it's very important for our community to understand that this is not a final decision. This is a temporary measure so that we can have respectful dialogue, so that we can create a space where people feel respected sitting at the table. And that when we have sat together, listened, truly listened from our hearts, we will come up with responses, answers, solutions that will bring us back together. We're not as far divided as it might seem on the surface. What I hear from all sides is that there is care for the fact that trauma has been experienced. What I hear is that no one wants anyone to feel unwelcome or unsafe in our community. And that is my Wilmot. That is the Wilmot that we all love. That is the Wilmot that we all ran for office to uphold, to nurture. And through ensuring that we bring everyone together as well as we can for this consultation, we can help everyone to get back to that. And we can be better. Again, know better, do better. And yes, we have seen things differently in the past. All of us have. At this age, I should hope we have changed our position on many things over the years. And I think that we're going to get to a lot better place at the end of this consultation. Thank you.
Councillor Holman.
Thank you, through the mayor. So when we took a pause for a bio break at 9 o'clock, the clerk was working on something. So I'm interested to hear what the clerk has to say about that, because I'm still highly concerned about the report as it was before council. So at this time, I ask the clerk to reiterate, because I'm hearing a lot of confusing terminology being used here. So to my understanding, we're discussing the report before us and not the motion that was passed. Can the clerk clarify that first?
Ms. Middleholtz? Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you through you, Mayor Armstrong. So yes, I did work on a potential amendment for the recommendation that council not accept the report, and I'm missing an and, that staff be directed to immediately consult with the Indigenous community on the relocation of the statue to a location that does not cause harm, relocate to the preferred location, and report back to council on the consultation undertaken, the costs associated with the relocation, and how the process follows the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. Sorry, a couple little typos. My apologies on that. So that would be a potential for a amended motion if council wants to consider that. The motion that it was prepared in the reports can simply be deferred, or it wouldn't carry if it was voted on. However, it's at this point in time, it is up to council as to whether or not they want to accept the amendment, or if they want to look at some other version thereof. The treasurer, he did comment previously about the procurement bylaw, whether or not he has anything further he wishes to add on that. Council may wish to hear his point of view on that.
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Yeah, sorry. So I did dig up the sections of the procurement bylaw specifically that dealt with this issue during our 10-minute bio break. So thank you for that. As per the procurement bylaw, an emergency pertains to any event that, in the opinion of the CAO or their designate, requires immediate repair or replacement, and does, to maintain a required public service or to prevent danger to life, limb, or property within the Township of Wilmot. So given the fact that it could be considered by council and probably, I won't speak on behalf of the CAO, but by the CAO who has the authority in this, that it would constitute an emergency because there is works that need to be done to maintain required public, to prevent danger to township property. And then if it was declared to be an emergency purchase, the authority to issue that purchase order would rest with myself as the treasurer. So council wouldn't have to vote specifically on whether to spend money or not spend money on this matter. So just wanted to provide that extra clarity.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Middleholtz.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. And so just another follow-up on this. So yes, in the past, Councillor Hallman did provide some connections with some people who consultations could be occurring with. And certainly that would be a starting point, at least for me to circulate to council as to whether or not they felt any other additions were required. Before this pared down version of consultations can begin, specifically to do with the relocation of the Sir John A. Macdonald statue.
Thank you, Ms. Hallman.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to to thank the clerk for that presentation and clarifying that it does indeed say that council not accept the report, and does provide further clarification into that. I'm just going over my motions. I'm just going to put myself on mute while I find the other detail that I was working on. Through the mayor to the clerk, I'm just going to ask for a clarification detail. Ms. Middleholtz, can you clarify that? So indeed that the report that was submitted to council would be returned, and that this would now be what we are discussing on the floor, what you have presented. Should there be a mover and a seconder?
So the report is already out there. It existed in the council,
yes.
Yeah, in the council agenda package. So it has been circulated. It's you're not accepting it. So you're saying that you're not voting in favor. So the actions as detailed within the report, in this report as it is written today, will not be acted upon. What will be acted upon is what is in front of you at this moment in that motion. What staff will come back with at a later date, for lack of a better word, is a revised version of that report that talks about the consultation process that was undertaken for the relocation of the Sir John A. Macdonald statue, the costs that were associated with that relocation, and how the process follows the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. In the original motion that came, or in the motion that was passed on July 27th, I believe there was still a part of it that is you're asking for staff to provide a plan going forward, correct? A plan going forward. A plan going forward on how the motion is going to be carried out, correct?
I think I need you to reframe that and further clarify, because yes, I'll just leave it there and ask you to reframe that.
Okay, so part of the July 27th motion, my apologies, I have lots of papers in front of me. I don't have it in front of me at the moment.
Have it in front of me, okay.
Okay, includes staff coming to council with the details on how that motion is going to be fulfilled. If it wasn't actually part of the motion, it was actually, I believe it was a direction that came from council.
Sorry, through the mayor to the clerk. So are you discussing the amendments that we, through the successful motion that was, be it further resolved that staff discuss appropriate locations with the Indigenous community and report back on a relocation strategy that includes Wilmot Township's commitment to the calls to action set out in the Truth and Reconciliation?
No, sorry, through you, Mayor Armstrong, what I'm speaking to is more of the fulfillment of the remainder of the motion.
Rest, okay.
Right, so how those greater consultations are going to take place, how the RFP process
Got you.
for the consultant, as well as the makeup of the committee. Yeah.
So that part of the motion, which is, and Wilmot Township staff will meet as required with consultant and Indigenous groups of the community and other identified marginalized groups and members of the Prime Minister's Path Committee in a transparent consultation process that is implemented with accountability and where all members have an equal right, privilege, and obligations, have a beneficial dialogue to discuss concerns, generational suffering, and factual history omissions. Is that the piece you're referencing?
I don't know if that was the piece. Now I'm questioning as to whether or not it was actually just a direction that we received from council that that a report be provided as to how we are going to, how staff is going to implement the motion.
Are you meaning the part where it says, and whereas the Indigenous consultant will conduct and carry out sufficient research, then present their findings in open council, outlining any recommendations at the March 1st, 2020 council meeting, unless council is notified in advance for the Needham extension that includes the following to Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's Principles to Reconciliation, in which staff will be directed to produce a report for council's consideration to action.
No, because that sounds like that's the end of it. So
yes, it is the end of it. This is so I want to get this clarified because.
Okay, is council expecting staff to come forward with details on how they will be implementing the remainder of the motion?
So sorry, through the mayor, to my knowledge, the remainder of the motion is, my motion exists and it was passed and successful. The report that came to council is being turned down and you are recommending as staff that we replace it with the words that you have on the screen right now and that will be what is carried out. That is my interpretation.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So also within the report, it talked about the consultation process, more than just what was in the, that has to do with the relocation of the Sir John A. Macdonald statue. It also talked about the retention of the consultant. It just sort of in brief of how that was happening, some of the legal that's going on with regards to our solicitor and their conversations with CreateScape, the receiving but not installation of the unfortunate 4 statue grouping. There was more information in the report other than just the
right now.
Yeah.
So the merit of the report does not meet the merit of the report does not meet the resolution that was passed, the motion. So I am still under the impression that if that is what's staying, is that data, that all encompassing needs to reflect what was passed in the motion, and it does not. So,
okay, so
I would.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. My apologies.
No, that's okay. I think this is a productive conversation for us, so this is yes. So yes, I have your report in front of me, and I'm still, this report, if we're compartmentalizing, this report indeed does not reflect what was the directive of the motion. So I'm still left with that. I am not comfortable passing a report that was not what was passed as the resolution of council, and that while if we're turning down the report for this, I think that is one discussion, but I do not support the report as it was not complete.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So I hear what you're saying, and everything that you're saying goes along with that council not accept report number, ILS, right? What I'm asking is if council is still expecting a similar report that explains how the other portions of the motion are going to be carried out, reflecting the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action and the other aspects of the motion. That's what I'm asking. Everything you're saying, you and I are agreeing on everything that you're saying. I understand what you're saying. So what I'm asking for is if you're still expecting a report that details how the motion is going to be carried out. The rest of the motion is going to be carried out.
So through the mayor, I fully expect that the rest of the motion that passed will be carried out. I also fully expect that the elements of If that is successful, the modifications, the amended exceptions to ILS 2020-16, if this is now what the new directive, I still fully expect that that would come back with verifying how that has, like the Indigenous consultation, how that conversation went so that it's transparent to the public, and how that further, what the result of that productive conversation, because I fulsome wholeheartedly believe in that that is the merit of this, is that fulsome conversation, and that where we validate our work with working with our, as we are a child of the province and the federal government, obviously as a municipality, how we have committed with this and to the truth and calls to reconciliation.
No. So this, sorry, through you, Mayor Armstrong. So the motion that is the amended motion, I guess I'm not taking over the role of the mayor here, whether or not this is what is acceptable to council if they're going to be voting on this or not. I guess this is the question before them, or if there are additional amendments that they feel need to be added to this recommendation.
Well, the motion in.
Then I guess I will pause for comment, and I guess maybe ask for the rest of council's input on that. I've provided my comment before we continue on.
The motion in the report has not been brought to the floor as a motion. It has not been moved and seconded.
Some recommendation.
So if you wish to make this, which is presented to you, the motion to come to the floor, then we need a mover and a seconder, and that's what we'll vote on.
Sorry, through the mayor, are you waiting for me, or are you calling, because I can't see the hands that are up. I'm not sure if other members of council are looking to provide comment or input. Sorry, so I can only see what's on Dawn's screen. Yeah. So I see that there's a lot of hands up there.
Okay, if you wish, then we will go to Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, I agree with, I guess I'm kind of getting a little bit lost in the weeds with regards to the clerk's motion. I don't want the body of Councillor Hallman's motion to be ignored for the sake of this amendment with regards to things like the consultation in March and other things, so that that happens. The report is presented. I agree with Councillor Hallman. It should not happen. And I'm not going to be voting on that report. However, again, I'm more concerned about the fact that we have done this, as one of our delegates, Mr. Spencer, has already said numerous times. I do not really want to come back to council in September with another report so that we have another bunch of delegations with regards to, so almost like an inevitable conclusion, which is the removal of the SJM statute for relocation purposes until the consultation process is finished sometime in March. I'm not sure, I'm going to, through you, Mayor, ask the clerk, is there a way for us to do some other type of direction to staff, not disregarding Councillor Hallman's motion, but that we, yes, not accept the report as presented, but come up with a direction of staff to remove the statute. I do not want to take away from the fact that, yes, Councillor Hallman's motion asks for consultation with the relocation with the Indigenous community. However, waiting another month and then having to go through another council meeting where potentially we have to hear more delegations with regards to the same issues that we've already decided, I think is just more harmful to the community and more divisive. We've already made a decision. I think we should do something, but I would respectfully ask the clerk if she can advise maybe what next steps are, because I'm not quite comfortable with the motion presented, so that we get more reports, more paperwork, when at the as Councillor Gerber has mentioned, let's not lose sight of the prize. We just really want to deal with the Sir John A. Macdonald statue for the short term so that consultation can happen. And we keep putting this off, that statue is going to still be there by the time March comes around. So through you, Mayor, can we have something from the clerk to see if we can move this forward a little bit better? Thank you.
Mr. Whittington, you have some input into this?
Sure. I was just trying to move this along, and I just thought you have a recommendation in front of you. The first part is with the report that you don't receive it. That would be the suggestion there, what I'm hearing. And the second one of that identifies an option. And I gather there seems to be leaning towards option B, which is the rental. If that's the case, then you could act on filling that blank of what that option is based on the report, or give clarity to it if you want to say rental, and there's your actions. One, you don't receive the report, and two, it would then be dealt with. And then from the perspective of what the Director of Finance has already referenced about emergency or not, then that would be, from my perspective, just to move this along, it is an emergency. So then that then authorizes the fiscal aspect of it, and there does not need to be a further resolution on that. That's my suggestion to you, as you wish.
Would you wish that to be a direction that staff proceed to procure a company to complete the removal?
Well, we would, by the action that occurs by picking that option. And if you don't want to use the word option, then put in the description of where it's going in rental facilities, if that is the case. Because you've already seen in the report, there is really a challenge on finding space within municipal space. But I wait to see. But if you did that, then there's we would just follow through on that.
Well, we also have to take into consideration there's 4 more gentlemen waiting to arrive.
So can I just have?
Yeah, I can say that in respect to the storage of that, we're suggesting, like there isn't enough room to put those 4 statues also in municipal, that they would all be placed into a rental facility.
So follow up through you, Mayor?
Yes.
So with regards to that, then can we get clarification from the clerk as to how that affects Councillor Hallman's motion and our rejection of the report? Because the main thing, as far as I'm concerned, is I'm not accepting of that report. But as Mr. Whittington has suggested, we can still pick an option. So does that not then null and void the fact that I'm not accepting of the report? So I just want clarification that my concerns that I do not accept the report are not negated by my saying that I still want option 2. So I just want some clarification on that with regards to protocol.
So through you, Mayor Armstrong. So really the motion before council, as was prepared in the report, is in 2 parts. One that you endorse the report, which is not happening. And then that the statue of Sir John A. Macdonald be relocated and moved to, I would suggest not putting in the option identifier and instead provide additional details. So and removing the report number from that second part of the motion. If the amendment that was written is not acceptable, the putting in simply that it be relocated to a specific location doesn't address the consultation. However, the motion does still, like the motion from July 27th, does still comment on the reconciliation and can still be considered like that part of the motion, everything in the motion is still valid. So as staff, we understand that. So if you decide rental facility, the possible rental facilities will be presented to whomever the consultations are occurring with, to have the test of whether or not this does harm, because that's the question, to ensure that the location does not cause harm. So that would be the question before the people that the consultation would be with. So whether it's actually detailed in the resolution or not, staff still know to do that because that was part of the July 27th motion. But I would not recommend, for Councillor Gordick's satisfaction, that you would detail the option number, but that you would provide more specific details of rental location or rental facility. Does that satisfy your question, Councillor Gordick?
I have, through you, Mayor Armstrong, I'm just wanting to confirm, I guess what I'm trying to do is avoid another relapse of tonight. I find it's more disrespectful to continually do this and have to have the community in general listen and still be online listening to us and constantly going like, just get rid of the statue. So that's basic. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say get rid of. My apologies. I did not mean that. I shouldn't have said it quite that way. The relocation of the statue is at hand. And I think the continual back and forth and listening to people's anger, people's pain, people's trauma again in September for the sake of a report perhaps that I'm happy to have. I'm just not happy to have the delegations again. And I know that goes against perhaps what I should be saying as a councillor. I do not want to silence the citizens, but I don't think we need to hear another replay of this evening and 2 weeks ago and the weeks before that. So yes, I'm not sure, but I would like to sort of just make sure that the clarification is that can do something without taking away from Councillor Hallman's initial objections with regards to the report presented.
Go ahead, Ms. Middleholtz.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. So based on the conversations that have been having that have occurred just now with Councillor Gordick, Councillor Hallman, the amendment that I had made or that I had prepared, potential amendment, included a reporting back to council specifically to do with how this relocation occurred. So I have no problem not writing another report and all of that can just wait until the final report so that it is presented as part of the consultant's final report. All of that can be presented at the time so that, because part of what I think most, I'm not going to say for all staff, but some staff certainly, is that there's the feeling of total transparency. So wanting to understand the costs associated with this. That was my thinking process in that, and ensuring that members of the public as well as council understood what exactly this costs, how it followed the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action, and how that consultation, how those consultations occurred and what the results were. There is nothing stopping us from not doing that and just doing it with the final report that is supposed to be completed by March 1st of 2021. So by no means do I have to report back to council if that's not the wish of council.
Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Ms. Middleholtz, thank you very much for working through this with us. I'm very much prepared to make a few of the adjustments that you've discussed, and I would be prepared to move the new recommendation that you've put forward for us. I do think that we should include within it that pending the response from Indigenous consultation, we do seriously look at any possible option to house them within our own facilities so as to reduce the cost. I do appreciate and wish to have it reported back to council. So I don't wish to have part of it removed. And I absolutely support your question on the reporting on the next steps for the consultation process and how that will and how an upward receiver when you've prepared it. And any assistance that I can offer in any way, I'm happy to be there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fenning. So I'm assuming that we are going to be presented with the motion as written. And are we putting anything to that as per where the location is?
May I, through you, Mayor Armstrong?
Yep, go ahead.
Since I said that I would be happy to move it, I would ask Ms. Middleholtz to please amend it to say that should the consultation with Indigenous peoples agree with placing it into storage, that every effort be made to accommodate the storage requirement within our own facilities so as to reduce cost.
Well, there was consultation with staff as to finding a location within township facilities, and that there was no location that was suitable for it.
Forgive me, Mayor Armstrong, I had read the report slightly differently. My understanding was that while staff felt it was somewhat challenging, it was not impossible. And that was, please lead staff to correct me if my understanding of what
through you, Mayor Armstrong, once again, not wanting to put another director on the spot, but I'm wondering if perhaps Ms. Jackson has any comments that she may wish to add with regards to available facility space.
Through the Mayor, thank you, Dawn. The challenge with locating the statues inside one of we have 2 storage spaces at Norm Hill Park, one under the grandstand. The remainder of the storage spaces are allocated to other community groups such as the fair and the theater group. So the space under the grandstand also has height restrictions. The other space is the drive shed at the same location. And in order to accommodate the statue, we would have to remove some of the equipment, potentially tractors, etc., that are located there, and they would have to be stored outside. We don't have any other interior storage spaces for that equipment. So that's the challenge that we have. We certainly could put tractors outside, but we risk damage and theft. So those are the reasons for the comments that were provided back to the report.
Thank you.
Through the mayor, if I may follow up. Mayor Armstrong, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Director Jackson. Is there? Now I'm risking putting another director on the spot. So please feel free to say at any time if I ask a question. The rules always apply. If you are not prepared to answer, please, I will accept that you need to get back to me on it. But the suggestion has been raised by others, and I would ask the head of Public Works if he could perhaps comment either tonight or at some later point when he's had time to investigate if there's any space within the roads buildings that might be suitable.
Excuse me. Through you, Mayor Armstrong, similar situation to what the Parks, Recreation and Facilities Group is encountering in terms of indoor storage space. We certainly have outdoor space that could be considered. However, I wouldn't consider that to be secure by any means. Our facility does not have restricted access and does not have any of the protections that would normally be, I guess, accommodated through indoor storage. Similar situation to what they're experiencing for their interior space. We would have to move all of our portion of our vehicles to outdoor space, and again, it's in a we would be storing our vehicles in a location that wouldn't be secure, so it may be subject to things like theft and vehicle damage.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. Sorry, it's difficult with the screen sharing that needs to happen, but it also impedes ability to see raised hands. I apologize. Thank you, Director. So again, I do have faith in our staff's ability to carry out the instructions and act in the best interest of our community in this. So the motion then that council not accept report number ILS 2020-16 and that staff be directed to immediately consult with the Indigenous community on the relocation of the statue to a location that does not cause harm, relocate to the preferred location and report back to council on the consultation undertaken, the costs associated. So move.
So you're frozen there, Councillor Fanning, and I'm assuming you did move the motion as written. Councillor Fanning, if you're still with us, maybe if you can. There you go. Now you're moving again. So you're moving the motion. Are you moving the motion as it's written on the screen, Councillor Fanning?
I'm sorry, I've lost sound. My internet is very unstable. I don't know if you can hear me,
Well, yes, we can. We can hear you.
but I haven't been able to hear you for the last few minutes.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Well, are you moving the motion as it's written? I think you're trying to speak, but you are muted, Councillor Fenning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hold up a finger if you can.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
says the host would like me to unmute, but I can't. Why?
We are hearing you.
Other than that, my internet, rural internet, it's fantastic. Sorry.
Are you moving the motion, Councillor Fenning?
I can't hear anything.
Can somebody text her to ask her if she is moving the motion? As
Can you hear
written?
me? I still can't hear you.
I'm calling her.
Mayor Armstrong, I just received an email from Councillor Fenning that her internet is completely cut out. Would you like me to confirm your question with her?
Yes, please.
Apologize. I don't know internet. What else can I say?
Through the mayor, if I can interject, if I can move that one, trying to get Councillor Fenning here. If that is indeed that we are not accepting the report on the merits that I've discussed, I am happy to move that.
Okay.
Perhaps we can take off the screen sharing. That might be helpful too.
Ms. Murray, are you in contact with Councillor Fenning? Okay, just let her know that Councillor Hallman has moved the motion as written.
Councillor Fenning has confirmed that that's what she was saying.
Okay, so she's moved it, and then Councillor Hallman, you want to second it? Okay. Councillor Gordick, you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor. I had sent an email to both clerks, Tracy and Ms. Middleholtz, with regards to my internet was going down, so I didn't quite hear the answer to my question. So I'm happy with the amendment as both Councillor Hallman and Fenning, but I wanted to make sure, does that mean that the statute is going to be relocated and that we will not have to go through another one of these overnight sessions come September, or are we going to have to? I have a concern with that. So I just wanted clarification because I didn't quite get to hear what Ms. Middleholtz said, and then everything kind of took off from there. So can I please just get some clarification on what's happening? Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Middleholtz will.
So yes, through you, Mayor Armstrong. So assuming the motion as has been moved and seconded is approved, what is going to happen is there will be the pared down consultation process with the Indigenous community, which includes the people that that Councillor Hallman has already sent me information on. That is going to be recirculated to council to decide whether or not there's any additions that need to be added. They will be asked as to whether or not the identified locations, if they meet the criteria for a location that does not cause harm, the statue would then be relocated. Councillor Fenning in her discussions, she did state that she was still in favor of a report coming back to council that advises on what has been done, not on what will be done, but what has been done with regards to the relocation of Sir Johnny MacDonald. She also would like a revised version on how the motion is going to be, the rest of the motion from July 27th is going to be carried out, how that relates to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, so that that information is there and transparent as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that through you, Mayor Armstrong. I just wanted to make sure that we were actually sort of doing something and that moving forward. And thank you very much. Appreciate the clarification, especially as I keep cutting out, not as badly as Councillor Fanning, but I keep missing out. You froze on me halfway through that as well.
Councillor Gerber.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. In the middle of this, in the middle of considering this vote, I'm a little uncomfortable with the aspect of the motion rejecting the report. We can deal with that, but the idea that we're coming back to more consultation on the relocation of the statue, I know that was part of what some people feel the motion said. However, I would at this point direct staff to act on option 2 of the report and move the statue to a rental unit forthwith. If we want to reject the report and whatever we want to do with that, that's going to be a separate vote. But I believe that we need to move on an action, and that we don't require any more people telling us why we're doing that or why we're not doing that. But we're going to just take that action based on everything that we've heard and what we believe to be in the best interests of the long-term moving the community forward through healing and reconciliation. So I would like to make that direction to staff, that we act on option 2 with a placement in a rental facility, given what we've heard again tonight about the lack of facilities within the township. And that way that action can be taken, and maybe by the time we meet again in September, we'll have a report that says that indeed happened.
Yeah, that'll probably be centered around how quickly we can get one of the companies that specialize in this to come and do the removal.
So is there a way to normally a direction to staff? We just sort of, I don't know if you want to call for that direction, or it's up to you.
Go ahead, Ms. Middleholtz.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. Perhaps the director curator of Castle Kilbride will be able to best answer this question, or this to address this. However, from the limited experience that I have in some of the conversations that I've had, that this is not necessarily something that we'd be able to call the providers and they're here tomorrow or the day after. This is the sort of thing where they're going to be, so while we were waiting for them to be able to come in, the conversations can be started as to, and I'm not necessarily talking about, Mayor Armstrong, would you be able to mute your microphone? Sorry. Thank you, sir. It's important to also keep the locations, the final location of the statue, not final location, the relocated location of the statue private. It's not something that should necessarily be in the public realm. So what would be asked would be more of an area, if we would say Stratford, if we would say New Hamburg, if we would say Kitchener, if we'd say Waterloo, what have you. So it's not necessarily, and just describe more so than provide addresses is what my thinking was on this, simply because it's, as I said, to keep the exact location out of the public realm, I feel is also important just for the security of the statue. If council does not feel that that's appropriate, that they could mention that as well.
Well, I think that's a very important point too, that the anonymity of the location is important. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you, through the mayor. I'm concerned but there was a mover and a seconder, and it was not called to vote.
Yeah, I think we were still discussing what was going to be in the motion. So if we're taking the motion as written,
It already was.
yeah,
So I'm
and we have a
confused.
mover and a seconder, and there's nothing else to it, then we'll call the vote. Councillor Gerber, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, questions or comments just before you call the vote? Yeah, I'm going to be voting. I'm going to be voting against this motion just because that we take.
You're cutting out.
So, yeah, I'll be voting against this motion just because I want to make sure the actions that we need to take are going to happen. And if this motion passes, that's that's neither here nor there. But I really want to get the direction to staff established without further consultation or needing to know the address.
Well, we could, I mean, we're still in a position where the motion can be amended to.
Well, no, and if that direction to staff happens after, that's fine. But I'm just explaining my vote. That's all. That's what.
Because I think what we're looking at here is the direction to staff, and because we're telling them to move it to a rental facility, then there doesn't need to be any consultation because we're just automatically doing that.
But we haven't formalized that direction to staff, so that's
that's why I'm saying we're in a position where we can amend the motion to just come right out and say the motion is that staff immediately arrange for the relocation of the statue to a rental facility.
Through your Mayor Armstrong, rather than asking for more consultation.
That's correct. So it's the mover and seconder that we need your permission to make that alteration. If you wish to do that, that's up to you. That's just the suggestion I'm making, that it eliminates the consultation and it just moves the statue. Because if we eliminate, I think Councillor Fenning's trying to talk to us, but.
Sorry, you hadn't called on me. Through you, Mayor Armstrong.
Yeah.
I'm open to that as a friendly amendment. The reason for consultation in this particular aspect of it is to ensure that we don't end up with a relocation that leaves it in the public view, which is how we got into this whole very long debate this evening, when there was that third option of moving it but keeping it out in the open. And so the consultation is such a brief proposal, very minor, and I would not believe that it would delay it, but I am open to removing that particular aspect so long as the direction then is that it is to a storage facility, not into a public space.
Well, I think that's the intent of the conversation we've been having this evening. I'm pretty sure that's the intent of the conversation where we are leading to tonight, and I'm just trying to get some clarification so that, because of the comments that I've heard, is that we don't want to have any more meetings or reports come. We're directing staff to have the statue, arrange to have the statue removed and moved to a storage location of their choosing. So that kind of rewrites the whole Councillor Hallman, you wish to speak?
Thank you, through the mayor. Okay, so I'm just reading the document provided by the clerk. So to my understanding, if Councillor Kerber can verify this for me, that staff be directed to immediately relocate the statue to a location that does not cause harm. If it removed the immediate consultation with the Indigenous community, that sentence that's in and just says that staff be directed to immediately, to immediate location of the statue to a location that does not cause harm. As we have previously heard from the Indigenous community that anything in the public view causes them harm. Can you clarify that, Councillor Gerber? You're nodding yes. Okay, then I support that friendly amendment if that is the language that is being articulated.
Okay, so is everybody clear on what we're voting on?
If the clerk could read it. Thank you.
Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Middleholtz.
Thank you. So by show of nodding of heads, maybe, is there still to come back a report as to the fact that it's oh no, I guess there isn't because it's the, yeah. So there is no report coming back after the fact. Okay. So that council not accept, could you, your mic, doesn't that go? Thank you. That council not accept report number ILS 2020-16 and that staff be directed to immediately relocate the statue of Sir John A. Macdonald to a rental storage facility. Period.
Nodding of heads. Councillor Gordick? You're good with it? You okay? You have your hand up, so. Councillor Fenning? Your hand came down. Everybody's hands down. So you've just heard the motion. So we shall vote on the motion. Everybody is entitled to vote, including myself. All in favor? And those opposed? Okay, that is carried. I'm going to ask the question, do we require another bio break? Another 5 minute, we'll take a 5-minute bio break. Okay, folks, welcome back. So next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. And if you have any questions on any of the items, we can do that. We are pulling item 10.3, which is the council meeting schedule. So we need a motion to accept the consent agenda with the exception of 10.3. Moved by Councillor Fenning, seconded by Councillor Gordick. All in favor? Lots of waving hands. That's carried.
I had a question. Sorry, through you, Mayor.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Go ahead, ask the question.
Sorry. I'm not sure if Aaron, through you, Mayor Armstrong, is there. I had a small little question with regards to firearms, that there was a larger number of discharges. Not that 6 is large, but just wondering what would bring out why the number's high. It's just, I know it's small, but just wondering about that particular issue. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Middleholtz.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. Unfortunately, Councillor Gordick, that's not something that I've asked Ms. Merritt in advance. However, I can ask her that question and get the response to you forthwith.
Councillor Fisher.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. I had 2 questions regarding Public Works. In regards to photo radar in Waterloo Region, are there any proposed for Wilmot? And secondly, what does Gingrich Road deficiency corrections? What's that mean?
Mr. Mullen-Hughes.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. To the first question, yes, we have an automated speed enforcement report that I would expect will be at council with more information, likely at the next meeting, so the 1st September meeting. It will outline at least one recommendation for installation for Wilmot, and then it will also speak to 3 other locations that we put forward as part of the program. So I'll have you wait for that report to come forward at that time. To your second question, for Gingrich Road deficiencies, so what we're working on with that component is part of what we had for our project this year, which was water main connections, and we're also working with the region on some of their deficiency work. So that's what the deficiency notice or the deficiency note speaks to.
Geez, thank you. So no further questions. We'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Any opposed? None. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is look at the council schedule. And who wants to address it? Ms. Murray?
Yep. Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. This is an annual report to council outlining for endorsement the council meeting schedule in accordance with the provisions set out in the procedural bylaw. There was a request from a member of council to adjust the 2021 council schedule with moving the May 10th meeting to May 17th. Staff are in support of this request, and if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I see no questions. So the recommendation is before you with that one correction. This is moved by Councillor Gordick, seconded by Councillor Fenning. All in favor? Okay, we all get to be on schedule again. Next item is the I got everything correct here. This report 1111. Is that the one I want or no? Yeah. Yeah. From Corporate Services. Mr. Kelly, I don't imagine Mr. Romney's still on the call. So Mr. Kelly, you want to handle this?
Just confirming this is the statement of operations, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Report outlines results that are a little bit dated now at the end of the second quarter. As of that time, we were on target with a net effect on general levy around 50.5%. Most notable item in those statements is recreation revenue, which sits at 26% of budget, which is significantly lower than historical, obviously due to the impacts of COVID-19. Outside of recreation, COVID has impacted several other areas of the organization, which have been noted within the note disclosures. And Council previously received our financial impact analysis report on COVID-19, which is more up-to-date detail than this report, which has been deferred for several meetings now, but staff are here to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, the recommendation that report COR 2020-027 Statement of Operations unaudited as of June 30th, 2020, as prepared by the Manager of Finance / Deputy Treasurer, be received for information purposes. Moved by Councillor Hallman, seconded by Councillor Gordick. All in favor? That is carried. And would appear Councillor Gerber is frozen. Okay, next item is the capital review program.
Thank you once again, Mayor Armstrong. This report outlines the status of the township's capital program as of June 30th. At that point, as usual, approximately 26% of approved funding had been spent. Due to COVID-19, a number of project timelines have been revised, utilizing the criteria outlined earlier in a council memorandum, and also has been provided in the comments of this report. Attached to the report, you'll find the capital statement outlining the status of each active capital project, and staff are here to answer any questions of council.
Come on, a couple of questions. Councillor Fisher.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Armstrong. Page 23 regarding the artificial turf field. I noticed currently 807,500 from development charges and 117,500 from reserve. Is that an opportunity to use more from the reserves, especially with COVID this year?
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. First off, I might ask Director Jackson to jump in here, but it is anticipated at this point in time that there should potentially be some cost savings on that project. No guarantees on that, but the bidding did come in lower than expected. It was a bid that was hosted by the Waterloo Region District School Board, contained some competitive prices. The funding of that project is based upon, and the amount that comes from development charges is based upon the council approved development charges background study and rate setting. As such, we wouldn't deviate from the amount of funds that we source from development charges versus the reserves. The intent of development charges and that study is that growth pays for growth related costs. It was deemed through that background study that that proportion of the cost of the artificial turf field would be allocated to growth related costs and sourced from the development charges.
Thank you. Councillor Holman.
Thank you, through the mayor. Page 891 references various washing floors. I'm just looking for more details on what that means.
Ms. Jackson?
Through you, Mayor, we've replaced a number of tile floors with an epoxy surface in some of the community centers and the Wilmot Recreation Complex. It's a more durable product that is non-slip and is a permanent solution to some challenges we were having with cleaning the floors in those areas. St. Agatha has the new floors. As I said, the rec center has the new floors. There are other locations, they're not coming to me off the top of my head, but it was a maintenance issue that was identified a year or so ago, I believe, and it's to improve the surface for cleaning purposes and make it a more durable product.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Holman.
Follow up to Director Jackson. Thank you, through the mayor. Can you clarify if that did include the New Dundee Community Center? I was under the impression that that was part of it, and I'm just clarifying that that did occur.
Yes, I believe so. I apologize for, I believe it did, yes.
Okay.
I can just clarify that as per the capital justification sheet approved by council back in January, it included the New Dundee Community Center, St. Agatha Community Center, and WRC phase 1 upper and lower. So
okay, thank you.
Thank you. My clicker keeps acting up on me. Okay, so no further questions. The recommendation that report finance 2020-028 capital program review as of June 30th, 2020 unaudited as prepared by the manager of finance / deputy treasurer be received for information purposes. Moved by Councillor Gordick. Councillor Fenning. All in favor? That is carried.
Next will be the dog park report.
11.3.1. Okay, next report, we're going to mark our approval for this. Ms. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is a change notice request for 39-7, who are the contractors that were the successful bidders. When the dog park began the construction phase, it was identified that the area was significantly smaller than the original temporary dog park location due to the inclusion of accessible AODA compliant pathways throughout the dog park, which ate up a bit of the, quite a bit of the budget for the project. And as you'll recall, the budget was provided to the contractors. So they had to work within those funds to be able to include all aspects of the dog park project, including the proper waste disposal and the AODA compliant trails and fencing. So when the project began construction, there was some requests and some concerns from some of the dog park users. So staff obtained a quote to expand the fencing to include the whole area that was included during the pilot project. And the difference to that goes above the 10% allocation in the procurement policy that staff can approve. So we needed to come back to talk to council and get your support, hopefully, for increasing the area of the dog park back to what was originally piloted.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I appreciate us going back and listening to the residents with regards to the dog park and making some adjustments to the scope of the project. Like anything else, sometimes it's just that, yeah, when you initially start off with a good plan and then something just goes off a little bit on the rail. So I appreciate the time the staff and the construction company 39-7 is willing to work with us on that to expand it. I'm sure that a lot of doggy people are going to be very happy with the finished product. So again, thank you for your time and commitment to helping us with this project. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So the report before you that 39-7 Inc. construction change notice -2 for RFP 2020-21 be approved to increase the size of the permanent dog park site at William Scott Park, New Hamburg, as per their proposal dated August 13th, 2020, in the amount of $9,545 plus HST. And that is moved by Councillor Fisher and Councillor Gordick. All in favor? That is carried. It would appear we've lost Councillor Gerber.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Armstrong, or maybe to Ms. Middleholtz or Ms. Murray, he is having connectivity issues. I did advise him to call in if possible, just so he's included in the votes.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, there is somebody sitting in attendees who has, there he is, a person is. Perhaps we could ask him to identify themselves and go off mute, please.
It's me. It's Jen. Councillor Fenning, sorry. Getting tired here. I lost audio, so I called in.
Sounds good. Right. So we're just waiting to see if Councillor Gerber calls in.
Yes,
has.
I'm back.
You're
I'm
back.
back verbal. Sorry about the loss of image.
No problem,
And
sir.
and I am glad to see the improvements being made to the dog park. That was where I lost it.
Perfect.
So have we called that question yet?
Yes, we have. And it's duly
Okay.
noted that you are in favor.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So the next item is it the regional review? That's the last one. Oh my. So we're down to the regional review. That's Ms. Middleholtz, I take it.
Yes. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. The Municipal Act 2001, sections 218 and 219, set out the composition requirements for an upper tier municipal council, how changes in composition may occur, and requirements for the review of regional council composition following every second regular municipal election, starting with the 2018 election. Regional staff have undertaken their review with the assistance of a consultant and have brought forward 4 options for consideration as outlined in their report. The CAOs across the region met and requested that the municipal clerks at the respective municipalities prepare a report briefly outlining the process, next steps, and make recommendation for consideration at the lower tier councils. It is our understanding that all lower tier municipalities in Waterloo Region have or will be receiving reports recommending option 1, which is status quo for regional council composition. Public and council consultation and feedback do not end with this report. On September 15th, Regional Council will receive a staff report indicating a preferred option, followed by a public meeting on September 30th for delegations to address the preferred option. Regional Council will then confirm current composition or their intention to approve a bylaw adopting a change to the composition of council on October 14th. Local councils will then be asked to pass a resolution indicating their support or non-support of the region's intention. If you have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them.
See no questions? I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of discussion at regional council over this one. There are still a number of regional councillors who are in favor of an amalgamation, so the discussion could go just about anywhere. So the recommendation that Township of Wilmot Council support option 1, status quo, and that the Director of Information and Legislative Services / municipal clerk be directed to advise the regional municipality of Waterloo of the preferred option for regional council composition. And that is moved by Councillor Fisher, seconded by Councillor Gordick. And we'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
And Councillor Gerber, you could give us an yay or nay if you like. You are muted. There we go.
There we go. I got it now. Thank you. Yes, I'm in favor of that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's a unanimous. And then we have a recommendation from correspondence that correspondence 12-1 be received for information. Moved by Councillor Fisher and Councillor Hallman. All in favor? That is carried. Mr. Gerber?
Yes.
Ms. Fanning?
Yay.
Okay. Ms. Fanning?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. That is carried. And 12-2 is the Emancipation Day Resolution, Municipality of Chatham, Kent. And there's the recommendation there for us to endorse, support the motion sent to us, and to be sent to our Member of Parliament and all House of Commons representatives. That is moved by Councillor Gordick, second by Councillor Hallman. All in favor? Councillor Fanning?
Aye.
Councillor Gerber?
Yeah, in favor.
Thank you very much. That is carried. Next recommendation, that bylaws 2026 and 2027 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed in open council. Moved by Counselor Gordick, Counselor Fisher, all in favor? Counselor Fenning,
Aye.
Counselor Gerber.
In favor?
Thank you. That is carried. Are there any notice of motions? Seeing none. Any announcements? Seeing none. I have a confirmatory bylaw, the recommendation that bylaw number 2020-29 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held on August 24th, 2019 through August 25th be introduced and read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed in open council. 2020. Okay. Long meeting. So moved by Councilor Fisher, Councilor Gordick, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and Councilor Gerber giving an aye.
Yes, aye.
Perfect. Thank you. That's carried. And now the one you're all hating, that we do now adjourn to meet again at the call of the mayor. Moved by, I'm assuming Councilor Gerber and Councilor Fenning. They're both holding their hands up.
Yes.
All in
Stretching
favor?
it all the way up.
Yeah, everybody's in favor. I'm not sure why, but everybody's in favor. Everybody, good night. Have a good night's sleep and rest well, please.